Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here live once again, bringing you breaking news coverage of the situation in Israel, where Israel waits for the Iranian attack that is widely anticipated to come at some point soon. Hey, there's a lot of wind on this. Hold on. I gotta turn down the wind here, the volume on this one. So we have the Reuters camera from the Israel-Lebanon border, and we have the Tel Aviv camera from AFP. We are going to bring you live coverage, bring you updates from Israel and other Middle East news, if relevant. But Israel still waiting for an anticipated attack by Iran and its proxy forces after a couple of assassinations last week. The assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran, Iran, which is widely being attributed to Israel, and Israel's assassination of a top commander in Hezbollah last Tuesday in Beirut, Lebanon. Let me just do something real quick here. I want to get organized here. But we have the Tel Aviv shot we have not had before there, so it's a nice shot of Tel Aviv. So I'm going to leave the Tel Aviv shot posted right there, and again in the corner there, in the lower left corner, is the Reuters shot of the Israel-Lebanon border. So if I have to switch out one shot or make one shot bigger, I will do so. But we'll keep these on. I also have at the moment a shot of Haifa and Jerusalem available. Should get other shots available at some point, but for now we have these two. And I really appreciate you joining us for our live coverage. Thank you to Old Man Gaming for your support, Twitter Pated, Donna Smith, and Died in Brooklyn. Thanks for your support. I really appreciate that. And I want to thank our moderators too. Hang on one moment here. Thanks so much to our moderators. We have moderating right now. Hold on a second here. We have moderating right now. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. AJ is moderating. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Over there on YouTube. RJ as well. And hopefully I'm getting everybody. Linda Belk and Larry on X. That periodic clicking, I think, is coming from one of the shots. It's not coming from me. Idaho Star, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev are moderating on Twitch. Thank you. And thanks so much to Wall Street for resubscribing on Twitch. And if you give me a moment here. Hear that clicking there? That's coming from one of the feeds. Kay Lowry Body is moderating over there on Facebook, and Raven Lynn as well. Thank you so much for modding over there. Give me one moment here. Let me kind of get everything together. We're going to give you some news updates here. I want to give you an update about the leader of Hezbollah spoke. I want to talk about that in a second. So I'm going to show you a couple different things about what the leader of Hezbollah said. This one is from AP. Hezbollah vows to retaliate against Israel for Beirut airstrike. So Hezbollah is in Lebanon. They are an Iranian-supported militant group and political party. Okay, so let's talk about the leader of Hezbollah, Nasrallah. Again, Hezbollah is a powerful militant group and political party in Lebanon, which is next to Israel in the north. And last week, Israel killed a top commander in Hezbollah. They killed him in an airstrike in the suburb of Beirut. That was a few days after a rocket landed, which Israel said was a Hezbollah rocket, landed in Israel-controlled Golan Heights on a soccer field, killing 12 young people. AP reports Hezbollah vows to retaliate against Israel for Beirut airstrike. This is from Associated Press. This is what I'm reading to you right now. The leader of Lebanon's militant... Hang on a moment here. Hang on one sec. The leader of Lebanon's militant Hezbollah group vowed to retaliate against Israel for its recent airstrike in Beirut that killed a top commander, no matter what the consequences are. Okay, so Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, said he vowed to retaliate for Israelis' assassination of a top Hezbollah commander, no matter what the consequences are, he said. Hassan Nasrallah said Hezbollah could either act unilaterally or in unity with its allies in the so-called axis of resistance that includes Iran and its proxies in Iraq, Yemen, and Syria. There is this question, this is me speaking now, there is this question as to whether there will be one attack or more attacks. There's been some reporting, I think it was Axios who might have reported yesterday that, let me see if I can find this here. Yeah, Barak Ravid of Axios reported last night that U.S. intelligence, that Biden and Harris were given intelligence that there were 2 waves of attacks expected, one from Hezbollah and one from Iran and its other proxies. I don't know if that'll actually happen. But there's this question as to whether they would attack separately or together, Iran and Hezbollah. So that's something to look for. So again, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, said Hezbollah could either act unilaterally or in unity with its allies in the so-called axis of resistance that includes Iran and its proxies in Iraq. Sorry, that includes Iran and its proxies in Iraq, Yemen, and Syria. Tension has been rising in the Middle East since last week's attacks in which a top military commander, Fuad Shakir, in Hezbollah, was killed in Beirut by Israel, and a Hamas political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, was killed in Iran in a strike that is widely believed to have been done by Israel. Well, actually, not even necessarily a strike, in an assassination. Some reporting suggests the assassination was a bomb. Israel said, AP says, Israel said it had killed Shakir, but did not claim or deny the attack that killed Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, who was visiting Tehran. Now, AP calls that a rocket attack. Iran has claimed it was a projectile that killed the Hamas leader. However, multiple outlets like the New York Times and Axios and the Telegraph have said this was a bomb that killed Haniyeh, that was planted beforehand. Personally, I think Iran would have a reason to want to say it wasn't a bomb, because a bomb looks especially embarrassing for them. A bomb would mean somebody actually got inside this government housing facility and planted a bomb there. So we don't know exactly how Haniyeh got killed, but we do not know, we certainly do not know that it's true that it was a rocket attack. The leader of Hezbollah, Nasrallah, said today, the Israelis chose escalation by carrying out assassinations. He said Hezbollah will not be silent regarding the Beirut airstrike. Nasrallah added that Israel has been on high alert since last week while waiting for Hezbollah's retaliation, adding that making them wait is part of the punishment. Again, the Hezbollah leader today said making them wait is part of the punishment. Shortly before Nasrallah gave his speech, Israeli warplanes flew over Beirut twice this afternoon, shaking buildings and increasing anxiety among the capital's residents. It came 2 days after the Lebanese marked the 4th anniversary of the massive port blast in Beirut that killed more than 200 people, wounded thousands, and caused wide destruction. That port blast 4 years ago was an accident. That was not from a war or something. So again, the leader of Hezbollah is saying that Hezbollah will retaliate no matter what the consequences are, and that they could act either unilaterally or in unity with Iran and others in the axis of resistance. I'm going to see if I can figure out, if we keep hearing that clicking, it's coming from one of the feeds. Maybe it'll stop. If it doesn't stop, I'll figure out what feed it's coming from. Maybe I can turn down that feed. Hear that clicking right there? What is that clicking coming from? Is that coming from this shot right here? Let me see. I gotta wait till I hear it. When I hear it again, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna turn the volume off on this shot when it happens and see if it stops it. We might just have to leave it. It's kind of annoying though. Hang on. It must be this one. Maybe it's the other shot. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's the AFP shot of Tel Aviv. Hold on. When it happens again, I'm going to see if I can catch it. As soon as I hear the first click, I'm going to turn off that shot for a second. Actually, let's see if I hear it right now. I just turned off the volume on the Israel-Lebanon border shot. Yes, so it is not coming from the border shot. It's coming from the AFP shot. Let me try this here. Watch. So if I get rid of the AFP shot for a second, I bet we're not going to hear it. Yeah, the clicking is coming from the AFP shot of Tel Aviv. So there's not really anything I can do about that at the moment. Unless it really bothers you, I'm gonna leave. I like that shot. That's the thing. I like that shot. I don't want to not use the shot, but I kind of have to leave the volume on the way it is. I should see something here. Give me one moment here. Oops, sorry. I'm just checking something here. I don't think there's a way from it, as strange as it sounds, I don't think there's a way for me to mute just that one shot because of the way I'm doing. I know it sounds strange. It's just the way it is. For technical reasons, as strange as that sounds. I can mute the Israel-Lebanon border one, but I can't mute the I don't have that kind of control over the shot, I believe. The Tel Aviv shot. No, I don't. Normally, it's not an issue. All right, I'm not going to worry about it right now. So, yeah, we're going to leave it. So again, when you hear that periodic clicking, for whatever reason, that is coming from the shot of Tel Aviv. I don't know if it's the camera or something in the room, but that is where it's coming from. So if we want to have that shot, and we want any volume at all, we got to have the clicking. Now, it's not, there's no simple solution to this. So I'm not going to worry about it right now. Thank you to Walter Beasley for your support, and Kenneth Kimmel Jr., and Gabriel Morrow, and Just Me, and Airpain, and Debbie James. Airpain says, do you think the warplanes flying over Beirut is just to scare Hezbollah off from retaliation? So AP said that today, before Nasrallah spoke, Israeli warplanes flew over Beirut twice, shaking buildings and increasing anxiety among the capital's residents. Sure, that could have been like a message by Israel. I don't know for sure, but that could be sending a message by Israel to tell Hezbollah, if your response is too strong, we're going to attack you in a big way or something. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Thanks, Airpain from Australia. I certainly wouldn't be surprised. I was thinking, certainly that sounds like some kind of message sending, but I don't know for sure. Walter says, if a rocket attack killed Haniyeh, one wonders if that precise why so many civilians killed in Gaza. Well, so just to be clear, again, several outlets are saying that a bomb killed Haniyeh, not a rocket. But if it was a rocket, there are different types of rockets. So, one could make the argument, just making the argument, one could argue that in a case where you know exactly where someone is, and it's not a fortified place, that you could use, say, one of these Hellfire missiles or whatever it is with blades on it that doesn't explode. But perhaps you are not able to use that kind of weaponry in many of the situations in Gaza where you find a target. Maybe you don't know where in a house the target is. Maybe the house is fortified and you can't use that kind of weaponry. So there, again, I'm just throwing out, for the sake of argument, I'm talking about why, even if it were the case that some sort of precise munition rocket type thing was used to kill Haniyeh, which I don't know is the case, and very well it might have been a bomb. But just because that worked in that one case doesn't mean it would work in all cases in Gaza. And again, legitimate questions to be asked about whether the minimum use of force was used in Gaza to take out certain targets. That I can't tell you. But just trying to provide some room for discussion on some possible avenues of response Thank you so much, Walter Beasley, for your support. Kenneth asked for a quick timeline of how we got here. Well, the quickest timeline is that there were 2 assassinations last week, apparently both done by Israel, one of a leader in Hamas when he was in Iran, and one of a leader of Hezbollah when he was in Lebanon. And so now Iran and Lebanon both want to attack Israel in response for those assassinations. That's the simplest. Why was the Hamas leader assassinated? Well, that goes back to the October 7th attack and Israel wanting to kill the leaders of Hamas for that. Why was the Lebanon commander, why was the Hezbollah commander assassinated? Israel said that was in response to a Hezbollah rocket hitting a soccer field in Israeli-controlled territory and killing 12 people about 2 weeks ago. So that would be a short version of how we got here. Hey, quick thanks so much to Kristen Gates. I really appreciate your support. Kristen Gates, thank you. Yeah, someone said, why did October 7th happen? Yeah, I'm not going to go back farther than that. So maybe at some point we'll talk more about that, but we'll be doing nonstop history of the Middle East. For now, we're focusing on the situation right here. You know, one thing I could maybe do actually to help with the clicking is I might be able to boost. I know what I'll do. I think this will help. Watch this. Hold on. Watch this. This will help. This is going to help. Trust me. Trust me. So now we have volume, but I think the clicking is going to be softer. I think. We'll see. Let's wait and see. Yeah, the clicking is much softer now. Now, I don't see a rocket alert on my phone. Some people said rocket alert. I don't see one on my phone. Kay mentioned to me that I'm seeing some reporting that Al Jazeera said Hamas chose Yahya Sinwar to replace Haniyeh. Let me look that up. Some people said 2 rocket alerts. It's weird. Oh, I got them. Yeah, so there's a few rocket alerts just north of Gaza. There's a few rocket alerts just north of Gaza. I don't even have a camera there right now. Yet none of the cameras I have is a camera just outside of Gaza. There are a few rocket alerts sounding north of Gaza. Yeah, Manny Fabian reports Hamas says that it appointed Yahya Sinwar as the head of its political bureau after the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh. Yahya Sinwar is the head of Hamas in Gaza. He's like at the top of Israel's most wanted list. It's interesting. I mean, it's a little weird having him be the head political person, because how can he negotiate? The head political person was Ismail Haniyeh, but he was not in Gaza. He was splitting time between Qatar and Turkey, and he would meet with people. Yahya Sinwar isn't going to be able to meet with anybody. He's hiding in Gaza. Yeah, Raf Sanchez with NBC News says, Hamas announces Yahya Sinwar is the group's new political chief following the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Sinwar was the group's Gaza chief and is believed to be hiding in underground inside Gaza Strip. He's now the undisputed top leader of Hamas. I hear a plane, I think, on the Israel-Lebanon border camera. There are a few rocket alerts north of Gaza. I'm not aware of any rockets yet. Let me see if I can find out stuff. I do not have a camera near Gaza. What was that? What was that? Oh, was that an interceptor? What did we just hear? We just heard a boom. 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 Is that an interceptor? I'm going to make this bigger. I'm going to make the Israel... This is the border shot right there. That's the Israel-Lebanon border. We just heard a boom, and I don't know if that was an interceptor. Hang on. We did just hear a boom. That's Tel Aviv. I don't see anything there. And that's the border with Lebanon. It was on one of those two shots. My guess is that it was on the Lebanon-Israel border shot. But I didn't see anything. Some people think it's a sonic boom. I don't know if that was a sonic boom. I have no idea. Let me see if I have any reporting for you. Again, that is Tel Aviv. That's Tel Aviv, and that is the Israel-Lebanon border. I'm looking to see if there's any reporting on what we just heard. The hot news, which I follow on Telegram, says that in Beirut, says that a Beirut official, Beirut is right next to Gaza. The hot news says a Beirut official says one rocket was launched towards Beirut and intercepted. There are no known injuries or damage to property. Okay? So I don't know that we would hear that, though. Because neither of these cameras is right near Gaza. Yes, so multiple Israel news Telegram channels I follow, including the hot news, say that in Beirut, Israel, near Gaza, one rocket was launched toward Beirut and it was intercepted, no injuries or damage. As to what that boom was it a sonic boom, was it something else? I don't know. I'm going to go back to the split screen now. Now, why is this like... Oh, I got to move this up, sorry. There's the split screen. And my assumption, those rocket alerts we heard a few minutes ago, oh, I hear a plane. That plane is going to be probably on this stream, on the lower, on this stream here. I don't even know which shot to show you guys. Again, I have Tel Aviv full screen right now and the Israel-Lebanon border in the corner. But if more starts happening on one of them, I'll make that one the big one. So I can always switch the angle, switch which one is the big one. Oh, so what I was going to say is, hang on one second here. Hang on a moment. So again, just to update you, Hamas has announced that Yahya Sinwar, who is the head of Hamas in Gaza, who is in hiding from Israel, who's like at the top of Israel's hit list. He's believed to be hiding somewhere like maybe underground possibly in Gaza. He has been announced as the replacement for Ismail Haniyeh, who was the political leader of Hamas, who was killed in Tehran, presumably by Israel last week. So what's a little strange about that is, as the political head of Hamas, Haniyeh would do a bunch of meetings with other countries' representatives, for example, and representatives of different groups, diplomatic meetings. Sinwar can't meet with anyone. He's in hiding. Hearing some more airplane activity. I assume this is airplane activity on this Israel-Lebanon border shot. That's what I'm assuming. That's on the shot down in the corner. Let me see them. Yes, the plane noise is from the Israel-Lebanon border shot, not from the Tel Aviv shot. I'm trying to get you updates here. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Let me check some things out here. I cannot control the cameras. I can control the size of the shots. I will adjust them as I see fit. Oh, so GLZ radio says that 3 rockets were launched into Ashkelon, which is north of Gaza, and 1 was intercepted and 2 fell in an open area. More plane activity. Yeah, and that plane activity, we're hearing that from the Israel-Lebanon border. We keep hearing plane activity. I'm going to check flight radar. I don't know that I don't know that commercial planes are flying over the Israel-Lebanon border. Sounds like I hear a drone, too. Am I crazy? Here, hold on. Yeah, all that airplane noise and the drone sound, that's coming from the border shot. I can switch the two shots. I could switch the shots between, if you want, I can make the border shot the big one and Tel Aviv the small one. On flight radar, there is no commercial, well, actually, yeah. Yeah, I'll switch the two. I'm going to switch the two shots. So I'm going to make this the big one. And then I'll make the other one the small one. Oopsie, hold on. Now what I need to do is change the graphic. That's Tel Aviv down here. And then this is view of Israel-Lebanon border. And what I actually might do to make this easier, I think I'm going to move this one up here. I think that'll be better. Keep an eye on that one up there. There we go. And I can easily adjust those as need be. Certainly have heard more airplane activity tonight than last night on that border stream. Here's another plane right now. Here's another one. And there's nothing on Flight Radar 24, I'll tell you, from that area. Yeah, we're definitely hearing more airplanes than we have been. I'm also checking radar box, AirNav radar box, which is kind of like ADS-B Exchange. It has more planes on it, and just to see if I see anything there. But I'm also not, well, that's interesting. There's one plane I'm looking at which basically flew around the area. Am I right about this? But no, I'm not seeing anything flying over the border between Lebanon and Israel. How do I filter this one? Hold on. I'm checking out the flight radar. I'm going to show you something on the flight radar in a second. Just give me a moment here. Let me pull it up. Just pull it up. So check this out. This is AirNav radar box. Let me just first see if I can get this filtered for you. How do I filter on AirNav radar box? Filters. I know how to do it on flight radar. hearing another plane, another plane. A bunch of planes. What I want to show you guys real quick, if I can do this, sorry. Anyways, I can't easily figure out on Radar Box how to show you one plane at a time. I don't know why that is. It seems like there would be an easy way to do this. There's an easy way to do it on Flight Radar 24. But I wanted to show you one plane I see on Radar Box. It's the weirdest thing. And then on filters, there's no option for individual plane. Sorry, I'm taking a second to figure this out because I may use it on a particular, I may use it in the future. So this is, let me just show you guys this real quick. Let me just show you guys this. Sorry. Another plane on the, another plane, a bunch of planes tonight. I'll have to mess with this later, but I just wanted to show you this one plane really quick, guys. This is called Air Nav Radar Box. It's a little different than Flight Radar. It's the same idea. Flight Radar 24 I really like using, obviously. This is also Air Nav Radar Box. And you can see, I guess, some planes by ADSB. I got to research this stuff, but there's certain, you can see this plane on this one that you can't see on Flight Radar 24. And what I want to show you about this plane is it's from Lisbon to Dubai. But the plane was heading this way. But once it got to, there's Israel right there, and there's Lebanon. This is the Israel-Lebanon border right up here. Yes, this is the Israel-Lebanon border here. So look what the plane did. It was flying towards the Middle East, and then as soon as it got here, it took a left, and it flew north of the border, and now it goes here. So it basically went around the Israel-Lebanon border. I don't know if it always does that, but it did that today. So it's the green, you can see the line there. It took off from Portugal, it flew this way, and then once it hit here, it took a hard left, and then it took a right. So it might be avoiding the area. I did just notice that on Air Nav Radar Box. Anyways, it's an Emirates airplane. So I just thought I'd show you that. So I know it, I was trying to isolate it on the screen and I couldn't do that. So I'm going to have to do a little looking at AirNav radar box later, because I'm not as familiar with the controls on that one. But anyways, that's an alternative to, I love using Flight Radar 24, and but AirNav radar box is another neat one to look at, and I really appreciate both of them allowing me to show you their tracking maps. So shout out to both AirNav radar box and Flight Radar 24. Sorry, I was getting a little focused on that, but I wanted to show it to you guys. And then and just to be clear, the difference between radar tracking and ADS-B tracking, I'm looking at an FAA page. FAA says radar relies on radio signals and antennas to determine an aircraft's location. ADS-B uses satellite signals to track aircraft movements. So there are different types of tracking. I'm not an expert on all that, but just letting you know. There's different types of plane tracking. Again, we are hearing very frequently, people are yelling at me about ADS-B. So I'm literally just reading, I'm literally reading from the FAA site. So you can take it up with the SAA. ADS-B stands for Automatic Dependent Surveillance. ADS-B replaces radar technology with satellites, bringing major advantages. I will post the link to literally the FAA site. So instead of yelling at me that I'm wrong, go yell at the FAA. I just posted the link to the site. Oh, and we lost the Tel Aviv cam. That's all right. I assume we'll get that back. I have a Haifa cam too. So the Tel Aviv was coming to us from AFP. So what I'll do is I'm going to switch to a different AFP camera. We very well might get that one back. It's just they will switch them during the day. Man, we have been watching this live shot for days, and we barely heard any planes. And it is constant planes now overhead on this live shot. I'm going to switch to the Haifa camera if I can. I don't think we're switched yet. Hang on. Okay, we should be good to go with the Haifa camera instead of the Tel Aviv one, which, again, I think I'll be getting the Tel Aviv one back later. I know it says Tel Aviv up there. We'll switch. We'll fix that too. All right, that's Haifa right there. That's Haifa, Israel. And just to make sure we're live on that shot, let me make it a little bigger. Are we frozen or live? Sometimes it freezes. No, that's live, because I can see lights flashing in the shot. That shot is live right now. Live shot of Haifa. Okay. Oh, so I was going to mention about Yahya Sinwar. So as another plane, I think, is flying overhead. A lot of planes flying. I keep saying that, but we're really hearing a lot of planes on the Israel-Lebanon border shot. So remember, Israel is accused of assassinating the political leader of Hamas last week in Iran, and that was Ismail Haniyeh. Yahya Sinwar is the leader of Hamas in Gaza, and he's hiding in Gaza from Israel, basically. So that's what it believed. But today it was announced by Hamas that they were replacing Haniyeh with Sinwar, which is kind of confusing because a lot of what Haniyeh did was diplomatic stuff, where he would meet with people, which Sinwar can't do. But it's almost like maybe it's a way of saying that Sinwar is the clear number one in Hamas now, because Haniyeh was one of the leaders of Hamas. But again, Sinwar is, I think, maybe the last person at the very top of Israel's Hamas want list that they have yet to get from after October 7th. They killed Mohammed Deif, the military leader of Hamas. They killed Haniyeh, the political leader, but they are still looking for Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader in Gaza. The Bub mentions that Sinwar could, in theory, be killed soon by Israel. I'm sure they would not hesitate to do it. So you could have them picking, if that happens, a new leader. A quick thank you to Princess Teapot for your support, and Sweetum63. Thank you so much. Alan Perez. Yeah, we'll talk about, there was some people hurt earlier today. I believe Alan Perez, actually an Israeli interceptor, actually landed and hurt some people in northern Israel. But I'm going to get to that. Thank you, Alan Perez, very much. And also Shameless Senpai. Alan Perez says, can you congratulate Israeli lawyer Nava Perez for her new government position? Unfortunately, I know nothing about it. But thank you, Alan Perez. Maybe when I get a chance, I'll look it up. But thank you, Alan. Hearing another plane there. I guess maybe that's somebody, maybe Alan, maybe in Alan's family or someone who might have gotten a government position. So if so, congratulations. Hey, Brian T., thanks for your support, and Brian Kutzleb and Kelly Smith. Kelly, we talked about some of that report last night on the stream, the I-85 ISW report. Maybe we'll probably looking at it again at some point. Thank you, Kelly. Billy Zoom, thanks for your support as well. Thank you also, Deshark and Noah. Noah thinks that Iran will attack next Monday, Tuesday, a big day of mourning for Jews. We'll have to see. That day is Tisha B'Av, an annual fast day in Judaism, on which a number of disasters in Jewish history occurred, says Wikipedia. Noah believes that Iran likes to Noah believes Iran likes to attack Israel during religious days. Thank you also, Andy Murray and the Speedrun Spartan. Now, Jesse's girl said if Iran attacked on that day, that would be predictable. That would be so predictable. That would be a reason for them not to attack on that day, I guess. I have no idea when the one or more attacks will come. I'm going to read you a little. Sorry, there's a bunch of stuff I want to get to, but I'm just trying to kind of keep up with everything. And then our viewer, Jen, sent me this, that Faytuks News, who I follow on X, at FAYTUKS, said Ynet in Israel is reporting that Canadian diplomats and their families will leave Israel? Let me see. What's this report? So Ynet News in Israel is claiming that Canada will be evacuating tomorrow at noon family members of its diplomats in Israel due to worsening security situation and preparations for Iranian attack. Now, that has not been confirmed by Canada, I don't believe, but Ynet is reporting that. So good spot by Faytuks. Thanks, Jen, for passing that along. CS News thinks the planes we are hearing is Israeli Air Force activity associated with activity in southern Lebanon. That's what CS News believes. Jesse Salem asked about what Nasrallah said. We talked about that earlier. I'm going to talk about it again in a second. I'll talk about it again in a second, what the Hezbollah leader said today. Let's talk about what's been going on in Lebanon today and in northern Israel. Let's do that. Okay? So I'm gonna read you something to get a little caught up. Okay, so I'm going to show you this from Associated Press. It says, Israeli civilians wounded by Hezbollah strikes as wider war feared. Well, before I do that, let me just tell you what the leader of Hezbollah said today. Let me do that first. Hezbollah vows to retaliate against Israel for Beirut airstrike. Okay? So, this is according to Associated Press. The leader of Lebanon's militant Hezbollah group today vowed to retaliate against Israel for its recent airstrike in Beirut that killed a top Hezbollah commander. No matter what the consequences are. That's what he said today. No matter what the consequences are, they're going to retaliate against Israel. Hassan Nasrallah said Hezbollah could either act unilaterally, that means on their own, or in unity with its allies in the so-called axis of resistance. I'm going to turn this down. Sorry. It's too loud. Now it's getting really windy. I can't even hear myself. So all of a sudden it got really windy. It's so windy. So I turned it down. But I don't want to turn it all the way down because then we won't hear anything. All right, let's get back to the story. I got to turn it down more. Okay, so the leader of Hezbollah said, vowed to retaliate against Israel for its recent airstrike in Beirut that killed a top commander, no matter what the consequences are. Hassan Nasrallah said Hezbollah could either act unilaterally or in unity with its allies in the so-called axis of resistance that includes Iran and its proxies in Iraq, Yemen, and Syria. Tension has been rising in the Middle East since last week's attacks in which a top military commander, Fuad Shukr, in Hezbollah, was killed in Beirut, and a Hamas political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, was killed in Iran. Israel said it killed Shukr, but did not claim or deny the attack that killed Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, who was visiting Tehran. The Israelis chose escalation by carrying out assassinations, Nasrallah said today. He said Hezbollah will not be silent regarding the Beirut airstrike. He added that Israel has been on high alert since last week while waiting for Hezbollah's retaliation, adding that making them wait is part of the punishment. So the leader of Hezbollah says making Israel wait for the response is part of the punishment. Shortly before Nasrallah gave his speech, Israeli warplanes flew over Beirut twice on Tuesday afternoon, shaking buildings and increasing anxiety among the capital's residents. It came 2 days after the Lebanese marked the 4th anniversary of the massive port blast in Beirut that killed more than 200 people, wounding thousands and causing widespread destruction. That article is from Associated Press. Now I'm going to give you the other update from Associated Press. J.D. Riddle says psychological warfare. Nutsy says part of the punishment. Hearing another plane. Keep hearing planes flying overhead. It is 9:41 local time. $9:41. Hang on. Give me a moment here. There is a dog barking. Okay, here's what happened a little earlier today. This is from Associated Press. Israeli civilians wounded by Hezbollah strikes as wider war feared. At least 19 people, including 6 soldiers, were wounded in northern Israel on Tuesday after Lebanon's Hezbollah militants launched drone attacks, emergency officials said, as world leaders try to stop tensions in the Middle East from boiling over into regional war. Now, by the way, you're looking at the Lebanon-Israel border here in northern Israel. And ever since October 7th, there has been military back and forth, smaller scale attacks back and forth between Lebanon, between Hezbollah and Lebanon and Israel. So the fact that there were drone attacks launched by Hezbollah today, that's not the big response. That's just kind of the normal that's been going on. So at least 19 people, including 6 soldiers, were wounded in northern Israel today after Lebanon's Hezbollah militants launched drone attacks, emergency officials said, as world leaders try to stop tensions in the Middle East from boiling over into a regional war. Most of the people were hurt by an Israeli interceptor rocket that missed and hit the ground. Again, most of the people today were hurt by an Israeli interceptor rocket that missed and hit the ground. I actually reposted a video of that on my X account earlier, where you could see the explosion hitting the ground. I'll actually post it's not graphic, but I'll post a link to that in the chat. My X account is @Lookner on X, so you can see what I post there. I'm posting a link to the video right now that Manny Fabian posted. I'm posting it in the chat. I just posted it. But you can go to my X account and see it too. Let's see. Again, most of the people were hurt in northern Israel by an Israeli interceptor rocket that missed and hit the ground. Local authorities issued sweeping new guidelines in northern Israel for all residents to avoid non-vital activity and to stay near a safe area until further notice. Now, it's important to understand this. There are some places, in light of what happened today with the drone attacks by Hezbollah, some northern communities told residents things like, you need to stay near a safe area. But that's not the national government. That's not the Israeli national government saying that. That's the local government saying that. So nationally, the Israeli government has still not issued any kind of specific protective instructions to the people of Israel in anticipation of an attack by Iran or Hezbollah or whoever. So that would certainly be a big thing if they did. But the national government in Israel has not issued any special protective instructions yet. AP says Israel and Hezbollah have exchanged near daily strikes for the past 10 months during the war in Gaza. Also, in the occupied West Bank, Israeli fire during military raids killed 10 Palestinians, including 4 teenagers, and wounded another 10, Palestinian officials said. Efforts continue around the region to prevent the war from becoming a wider conflict after the killings last week of a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon by Israel and Hamas's top political leader in Iran, also believed to be by Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu told his cabinet over the weekend that Israel is already in a multi-front war with Iran and its proxies. So that's an update from Associated Press. Thank you to Phi Zhao for your support. And Xander Hatmaker. Xander, I'm a little confused by the question. You say, do you think Iran will use training event like Russia? I'm not clear exactly how to interpret that. One of Russia's top officials was in Iran yesterday, Sergei Shoigu. Boogeyman Undertaker says, do you think there's a chance Sinwar is in Gaza? I don't know. I know Israel, from everything I've read, Israel believes that Sinwar is in Gaza. Could he have not be there? Again, that's beyond my level of knowledge. Thank you, Boogeyman Undertaker, for your support. And Ranan. Some people asked for a poll. We'll do the poll about when the attack will happen because we haven't done that yet. Here is what our YouTube viewers have to say about this. A lot of barking. Now you can't see. Hold on. When will Iran response happen? 32% on YouTube say tonight. 12% say tomorrow. I meant that to be tomorrow and tomorrow night. 37% say later and 19% say never. Then over on Twitch, we got, 20% say tonight, 7% say tomorrow, 56% say later, 17% say never. So that is what our viewers think. Seems like the winner among both is later. I'm going to hide these. All right. The poll I'm going to leave open for a few more seconds. Then we will close the poll. I appreciate you voting. Thanks so much to Christian Engebretsen watching from Norway. I really appreciate your support. And Faisal, thank you. Yeah, one of our viewers said he thought that the plane activity we're hearing is related to what happened earlier today. We told you that there were some Hezbollah drone attacks today and a number of Israelis injured. That wasn't part of the big response, but maybe it's related to that. I'm not sure. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel reports that the IDF Home Front Command, they are responsible for for civil defense, national defense. Yes, Wikipedia says Home Front Command is responsible for preparing the civilian population for conflict or disaster, assisting the population during crises, and contributing to post-crisis reconstruction. Home Front Command. So, Manny Fabian reports, the IDF Home Front Command has canceled an annual pilgrimage to the grave of 16th century mystic rabbi Isaac ben Solomon Luria Ashkenazi, known in Hebrew as Ha'ari HaKadosh, in Safed in northern Israel between Thursday and Saturday. The move to cancel this pilgrimage in northern Israel was made following a new assessment of the situation and in coordination with the relevant bodies, the IDF says. The IDF says there are otherwise no changes to guidelines for Israeli civilians amid an anticipated Hezbollah and Iranian attack on the country. I also have an update for you on the attack on a military base in Iraq yesterday by presumably an Iranian-supported militia. So in a second I'll talk about that. It is Tuesday night Israel time. So last Tuesday is when Israel killed the Hezbollah leader in Beirut, the Hezbollah top commander. And then we're about 4 hours away. At 2 a.m. Wednesday of last week is when Israel presumably killed the Hamas leader Haniyeh in Tehran. So we're about a week after that now. Random guy thinks attack is not happening tonight for sure. Thank you, Ruben, for your support. Oh, I wanted to mention something. For our YouTube members, we have a new emoji based on a viewer suggestion. I forget who the viewer was. We have a new emoji for the YouTube members, which is the poll emoji. Now, the Twitch subscribers will be getting that soon. I'm just working on getting the file. That is thanks to Sonic, our viewer and supporter and emoji designer. He designs the emojis for the channel, and the badges, which I really appreciate. Sonic. So people are posting it in the YouTube chat right now, our members. So we do have the poll emoji in the YouTube for the YouTube members, and Twitch subscribers, you will be getting soon the poll emoji. I just have to get the proper files to upload to Twitch. That looks good, I think. You know what? It's nice. It reads both in light theme and dark theme. So Twitch, you'll be getting it soon. Air fryer emoji. Air fryer is a little tough because, first of all, it's not really related to news. Well, I guess I mean, we have a yogurt emoji, right? But I don't know if you can't really do much detail in an emoji. I don't know if you can really do a good, really, really small picture that screams air fryer. Anyways. But thanks, whoever suggested the poll emoji. That was a good suggestion. I want to give you this update on the attack on the U.S. base in Iraq yesterday. And thank you to Air Fryer for your support. Let's see here. Hang on one second here. Okay, so here is what the AP reports about the rocket attack on the U.S. base in Iraq yesterday. AP says here it is. It says 5 U.S. troops, 2 contractors hurt in rocket attack as details emerge about strike at Iraq base. 5 U.S. service members and 2 contractors were injured when 2 rockets hit a military base in Iraq, U.S. officials said Tuesday, providing a bit more detail about the Monday strike. The officials said 5 of those injured were being treated at the Al-Assad air base and 2 were evacuated, but all 7 are in stable condition. They did not provide details on who was evacuated. By the way, stable condition doesn't tell you much. It just tells you the condition isn't really changing. It doesn't tell you the level of injury. The rocket attack is the latest in what has been an uptick in strikes on U.S. forces by Iranian-backed militias. It comes as tensions across the Middle East are spiking, but it is not believed to be connected to the killings last week of a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon and Hamas's top political leader in Iran in suspected Israeli strikes. Both groups are backed, both Hamas and Hezbollah are backed by Iran. In recent weeks, Iranian-backed Iraqi militias have resumed launching attacks on bases housing U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria after a lull of several months. Following a strike on a base in Jordan in late January that killed 3 American soldiers and prompted a series of retaliatory U.S. strikes. Between October and January, an umbrella group calling itself the Islamic Resistance in Iraq had regularly claimed attacks it said were in retaliation for Washington's support of Israel in its war against Hamas in Gaza and were aimed at pushing U.S. troops out of the region. So that is an update about the rocket attack on a base housing U.S. troops yesterday in Iraq. might have a video. Well, I'm not going to show you that right now. I have some other stuff I want to update you with. Windy. It's so windy. I gotta turn the volume down. It's windy. Look at how windy it is. JM says winds of change. We are bringing you live coverage. It is 10:04 p.m. 10:04 p.m. Israel time. Vintage Evil, no, I have no word on what the gunfire was that we heard in the Lebanon-Israel border stream last night around like 4 or 5 in the morning. I have no idea what it was. I have not heard anything about it. So I can't tell you, unfortunately. Thank you so much. We heard gunfire for several minutes. Sounded like a heavy gun. Thank you so much, Vintage Evil and Elka Booth for your support, and Alex Price, and Native XD. I do want to thank our moderators who are awesome. Havasumam and Sabrina are moderating on YouTube, and AJ as well. Really, really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. Also over there on Twitch, Hearsay Idaho Star. I got that fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Thanks also Nightfox92 for the bits. And thanks to our Facebook moderators, K. Lowry Body, for example. Raven Lynn as well. Thanks, Raven. Paul Anderson is modding. Thanks, Paul. It is so... I have the volume turned down. It's just so windy there. I got to turn the volume down even more. Sorry about the wind. Got really windy. Ruth Krafasi is moderating as well. Thanks, Ruth. Did I say Linda Belk and Larry on X? Thank you to all of our moderators. By the way, Trump announced an interview with Elon Musk. Trump posted on Truth Social. He said, on Monday night, I'll be doing a major interview with Elon Musk, details to follow. Thanks to Stephanie Bradley for messaging me about that. Our viewer Justin Woodward says, I feel like Israel wouldn't have been so emboldened to conduct 2 high-level assassinations unless they intentionally had plans for the aftermath. Feels like they are baiting Hezbollah and Iranian regime into a sequence of events that leads to their demise? Wow, that's a pretty bold prediction, Justin. But it is interesting. Oops, we lost the Haifa cam. I'll have to see if we have another camera. It is interesting, your thought that you think Israel would not have conducted those 2 assassinations unless they were ready for the aftermath. Although, maybe the aftermath will be different than they think it's going to be. I don't know. Thank you so much, Justin, for writing in. I got to switch the AFP camera. We'll have to go to the Jerusalem camera from AFP. I think we'll get some more cameras back from AFP. It's that during the day they will replace cameras with other cameras. They'll replace cameras temporarily because they need to show other news. Hang on a moment here. That's Jerusalem right there. That's the new camera on the top, is Jerusalem. I'll prove it to you that it's live. I'll make it a little bigger. You can see flashing lights. That is Jerusalem, the Dome of the Rock right there. So we'll keep an eye on that camera as well. Oops. S6 Axis is wondering if the IDF will secure South Lebanon. There's been talk that Israeli forces could try to protect northern Israel by going into southern Lebanon and clearing it out or something. But I don't know if that's going to happen. That would certainly be a huge deal. And that would be a huge, huge operation to send troops into southern Lebanon. I don't have any word that that is imminent, but you never know. It's really windy. Sorry, I just had to turn it way down. Thank you, Jack Random and S6 Axis and Sherman Coburn and the Speedrun Spartan and Elka Booth. Periodically, people say, "Can you check flight radar?" So I'm not really focused on flight radar because, and I know a lot of you have heard me say this before, is I don't know what flight radar normally looks like. So if I look at flight radar, it doesn't really mean anything to me because I can't tell you like, oh, that's different than how it normally looks. So what I do is I will keep an eye on people I follow who they know what flight radar normally looks like. And if there's something off, if there's something really different in an important way, they will say it. I can tell you that no one who I follow who knows about flight radar has been saying that anything is different today about flight radar that suggests that there's some imminent attack. But I will certainly let you know as soon as I hear anything about the flight radar that suggests that something might be revealing on there that's different, I will certainly let you know. I just can't go, if I pull it up, I will literally just be like guessing at what it all means because I have no idea what it normally looks like. Now, if you have something specific that you're seeing, you can always mention that in the chat. You can say, I see this specific thing. But I just want to let you guys know, because I get that request frequently. And also, anytime I have flight radar on the screen, you're not seeing the live shot. And I would prefer to have you see the live shot, because something might happen on the live shot. So I'll feel kind of silly if I'm showing the flight radar when I have no knowledge that anything special is happening there, and then you actually miss something happening on the live shot. But I certainly will keep an eye on it, and if I have something to show you, I will show you definitely. I can tell you there are lots of planes flying in the Middle East. Real quick, there are lots of planes flying in the Middle East. Look, it's Flight Radar 24. It's Iran. It's Israel. It's Lebanon. There's planes flying into and out of Tel Aviv. So there are planes flying. But we will keep an eye on it. Can I put flight radar in a small corner? No. I don't really think that would be that. I think the informative benefit of having flight radar in a small corner would be minuscule to zero. And it would get in the way of you seeing stuff. So no, I will not put flight radar in a corner. But thank you for your support and the suggestion, Gabriel Morrow. I appreciate it. But the answer, unfortunately, is no. J. Claus says you would need a 200-inch TV to see it. Thank you also, Beheaded, for your support. I wanted to mention something here, but give me a second. I got to keep checking for updates here, so just give me a moment. Give me a moment here. And I know people are sending me stuff. I'm trying to check all your messages. There's so much stuff to check. So here's a report I want to show you. We told you what AP said about the leader of Hezbollah. Well, I want to show you this as well. Hezbollah pledges to respond alone or with allies to Israeli killing of commander. This is from Reuters. Reuters reports the leader of Hezbollah today pledged a strong and effective response to the killing of its military commander by Israel last week, no matter the consequences, and said Hezbollah will act either alone or with its regional allies. Syed Hassan Nasrallah today said Hezbollah would wait for the right moment to respond, but did not hint at its form or timing. All international attempts at persuading Hezbollah not to retaliate were futile, he said. Whatever the consequences, the resistance will not let these Israeli attacks pass by, he said in a televised address to mark 1 week since the assassination by Israel of Hezbollah military commander Fuad Shukr in Beirut. Our response, God willing, will be strong, effective, and impactful, he said in a speech that was met with cheers from members and supporters of Hezbollah who gathered to watch in Beirut's southern suburbs. Just before the speech began, Israeli warplanes swooped low over the Lebanese capital, setting off a series of sonic booms that rattled windows across the city and sent people ducking for cover. Nasrallah began by saying these were small-minded attempts by Israel to provoke people. There was no comment from the Israeli military. Reuters says concern is rising that the Middle East could tip into full-blown war following Hezbollah's vows to avenge Shukr's killing and Iran's anger over the assassination in Tehran last week of the head of Palestinian militant group Hamas, which an assassination, by the way, that is being widely blamed on Israel. Iran has blamed Israel while Israel has not confirmed or denied involvement. Describing the twin killings as clear Israeli achievements, Nasrallah said they should not be taken as a sign that the tide of the conflict was turning against Iran's axis of resistance. Take it easy, he said. He said Hezbollah had tried to prevent fighting with Israel from spreading beyond the border area to the rest of Lebanon, where summer parties have continued and vacationers are still arriving in throngs until last week. But the Israelis are the ones that chose this escalation with Lebanon, said Nasrallah. Nobody in Lebanon or abroad can ask us to deal with the aggression that happened last Tuesday as a normal aggression within the context of the battle that has been going on for 10 months, he said. Reuters also said the strike that killed Shukr by Israel last Tuesday was the second time Israel had struck in the southern suburbs of Beirut throughout the hostilities between Hezbollah and Israel that are taking place in parallel with a war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I accidentally hid one of the moderators? How did that happen? I had no idea. I have to interrupt this article and try to do this. I was just told I accidentally hit a moderator. I don't even know how that happened. I don't think I've hidden anybody on the stream so far. Well, I have to fix that. Let me fix that right now. Sorry about that. I have no idea. Oh. Hang on. I'm fixing this right now. Havasumam, we'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. I literally have no idea how it happened. I don't even remember hiding anyone on this stream. So I honestly have no idea how it happened. None. There might have been a weird thing with my mouse or something where I was trying to click something else and that accidentally got clicked. I have no idea. All right. Havasumam, did Havasumam create another profile? Is that what happened? Because I can see a Havasumam in the chat. How can I see, if Havasumam was hidden, how can I see Havasumam in the chat? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe she wasn't hidden. Okay, I'll worry about that in a second. Hey, I wanted to mention, I was finishing reading that Reuters article about the leader of Hamas. No, the leader of Hezbollah, sorry. Oh, we're hearing like dogs or something. Or birds. We could be hearing birds. We might be hearing birds. We heard this last night. By the way, thank you to Jack Random. Jack thinks the airspace is clearing and says a private plane from Beirut is circling in water off Israeli coast. Look, again, I am going to defer to the people I follow who know about the flight radar. If they say that there's something going on with the flight radar that they're not used to seeing, that they think is something that is urgent, I will certainly show it. So thank you so much for your support, Jack Random. And also Logan B from Canada. Thank you, Logan B. All right. I think what might have happened with Havasumam is maybe Havasumam just got accidentally timed out. That's probably what happened. Havasumam probably got accidentally timed out, and then when that happened, the wrench went away. It's back. She should be good to go now. I think that's what happened. She didn't get hidden. She probably just it was probably a weird accidental timeout where somebody else maybe I had meant to time out. Sorry about that, Havasumam. I'm glad we got that fixed. Appreciate all the moderators. Sorry, I just want to finish reading this to you. So Reuters says the airstrike that killed the top commander in Hezbollah last week in Beirut was the second time that Israel had struck the southern suburbs of Beirut throughout the hostilities between Hezbollah and Israel that are taking place in parallel with the war between Gaza between Israel and Hamas. Hezbollah earlier on Tuesday, so this also happened today, Hezbollah earlier today said it launched attack drones at 2 military sites near Acre and in northern Israel and attacked an Israeli military vehicle in another location. The Israeli military said a number of hostile drones were identified crossing from Lebanon today, and one was intercepted. Israeli medical officials said 7 people were evacuated to a hospital to the south of the coastal city of Nariya, one in critical condition. The Israeli military said an initial investigation indicated the Israeli injuries today were caused by an interceptor that missed the target and hit the ground, injuring several civilians. Reuters journalists also saw one impact site near a bus stop on a main road outside Nahariya in northern Israel. Earlier on Tuesday, 4 Hezbollah fighters were killed in a strike on a home in the Lebanese town of Mai Fadoun, nearly 19 miles north of the border. Nasrallah said these tit-for-tat attacks, Nasrallah is the leader of Hezbollah, Nasrallah said these tit-for-tat attacks were part of regular fighting since October 2023 to support Palestinians in Gaza and the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Hezbollah leader Nasrallah said the response to the twin killing of top Hezbollah and Hamas figures would be more powerful, but that delaying it was part of a strategy to exert psychological pressure on Israel. Iran will respond, and Hezbollah will respond, and the enemy waits. Making the enemy wait is part of the punishment, he said today. That was a Reuters report I just read you. He said making the enemy wait is part of the punishment. Thank you so much to RSK Nor from Norway for your support. And Henning. Henning says, how much time does Iran need to prepare and set up the defense systems which they get from Russia? Just to be clear, it's not clear that Iran has gotten new defense systems from Russia. The New York Times had a report claiming that Iran had gotten some new defense systems from Russia in the last few days, I guess it was. But I don't know if that's the case. If they did get them, I don't know how long it would take to set up. Is that part of the reason for the delay? Could they be setting up other defensive things before? It's an interesting thought. I don't know what the reason for the delay is. They could be planning the attack. They could be coordinating the attack. They could be setting up defensive measures. As you just heard, the Hezbollah leader says it's part of the punishment. So maybe it's some combination of all of these. Thank you so much, Henning. I do not know how long time it would take to set up a defense system that they might have gotten from Russia. That information I don't know, though. Unfortunately, I can't help you with that. Thank you so much, Henning, but it's an interesting thought. Thank you, Henning, for your support from Europe. And thank you, Megan71, Childless Cat Lady, for becoming a member, who thinks the howls are from jackals. That's what Megan thinks. The howls were from jackals. She says jackals are common there. Oh, is there an alert? What? So you guys are seeing an alert, and the Red Alert app is slow today because I do not have, my Red Alert app is not showing an alert yet. So let me check some other sources. Yes, the IDF says there are some sirens sounding in northern Israel. So northern Israel is where they are sounding. But the Red Alert app, I'm not hearing them on this camera shot. Yeah, I follow different feeds, and I have an app, and none of them are showing the alert. The Israeli military said on Telegram that there are sirens in northern Israel. Oh, I just saw it. I just saw now a map with the where these are. But it would be northern Israel near the border with Lebanon. Again, rocket alerts are common. Nothing about a couple of rocket alerts suggests in itself that some big attack is beginning. Can't even hear it. I'll let you know what I hear on that. Oh, you might have seen some, guys, the lights in Jerusalem. I think it's some kind of light show that happens every once in a while on the Jerusalem camera. Those are normal. Those are normal laser lights or whatever they are. So my app just went off, and I think the app is giving me the alerts that you guys got 2 minutes ago. Oh, it's a hostile aircraft alert, which would mean a drone alert. So according to my app, my Red Alert app, the northern Israel alerts are for drone. It's a drone alert. Yes, it's a drone alert for northern Israel near Lebanon. In theory, somewhere near where this camera is, although the camera might not be pointing in the right direction. Oh, I have a second camera from the north. I have a second camera from the north. Awesome. Hold on. Oops, hold on. Hang on. I'm getting you the second camera from the north. Okay, that's a second camera. So we have two cameras from the north. I think we should put, well, I'll keep an eye on both. Because I don't even know what will happen on what. So I have two cameras showing northern Israel. Okay, yeah, this is the, so this is, I think this, so the previous one was the eastern part of the border. I just saw a new alert. Yeah, so there's a bunch of drone alerts in northern Israel. And I think the other one is what we want right now. I think this, oops, well, sorry. Yeah, so we got two of them. These are both from the Israel-Lebanon border. They're just pointed in different directions, I think. Well, they're probably different. They might be in different locations, actually. But they're both showing the Israel-Lebanon border. It's nice that we have both cameras. Thanks so much to Robin Foos. Thank you, Robin Foos, for your support. Baba Yaga as well. Baba Yaga says Iran throwing rocks at this point. Thank you to our new member Red and our new member Zero Fox. Thanks to Ann Carolyn on Twitch for the bits. Thank you, Extreme Tiger on Twitch. Is it possible that Iran will use nuclear weapons? No. Why? Because one, they don't have nuclear weapons. Two, because no country is going to use nuclear weapons except in the most extreme of circumstances. So these would not be circumstances. We're not at that point at this point. So no, it is not believed that Iran has nuclear weapons. Actually, Israel has vowed, and I believe the U.S. has vowed, that Iran would not be allowed to have nuclear weapons. Ron says only Iran knows if they have nuclear weapons. I don't know that. I mean, Israel, the U.S., and I believe there's various ways that I believe that the international community knows about what they're doing nuclear-wise. So I will say the consensus opinion of the world community is that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. So, for example, there's a congressional research report I'm looking at right now, which was from March of this year by Congressional Research Service, which is a nonpartisan research service of the U.S. Congress. And it says, according to U.S. intelligence assessments, Tehran has the capacity to produce nuclear weapons at some point, but has halted its nuclear weapons program and has not mastered all of the necessary technologies for building such weapons. That's just one example. You have to realize, though, folks, that I see people talking about countries using nuclear weapons. They've only been used twice, both times by the U.S. back at the end of World War II. It would be such a huge deal for any country to use them. That nobody's going to use them unless it's a very extreme circumstance. That at least would be the theory. I think people sometimes think like, oh, it's no biggie, they just fire a nuclear weapon. No, it would be a biggie. But Extreme Tiger, I appreciate you asking about it because I think it's important to talk about. So thank you for bringing it up. Extreme Tiger, I appreciate it. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you to Big Chief Rick for your support on Twitch. And NightFox92. Now it's windy again. Windy. Oh, so just so you can see, I'm going to make it bigger for a second. So in Jerusalem, they have like these laser lights or something. See the Jerusalem shot right there? See those lights? Is that like a light show? I see those all the time. I mean, this is right where that's where the Temple Mount is, right? Because I see the Dome of the Rock. I'm assuming that's just some sort of like light show or something, right? No? Am I wrong? Who knows? Because it's not going off all the time. Every once in a while, I notice it. I have to Google it and look it up. Anyways, but it's not something that's happening just right now. So, yes, there is a light show in Jerusalem. Now, the thing is, what time is it there? Because I don't know if this is it. There is a new laser light show in Jerusalem that started, I think, in March, called The Night Spectacular. See this on the website right here? This is from Tower of David Jerusalem Museum, The Night Spectacular. These shows are held under the open sky. Anyways, I'm not sure if that's it, but Gen X Pat said that I saw that show there. I don't know if that's the same show, but I am seeing pictures on Google of the Jerusalem Laser Light Show, and it looks like what we're seeing on the screen, just so people know. But I don't know. Maybe that's not it. Red says there is a light show. I just looked. Thank you, Red. Spicy says search Iron Beam. It's a laser defense system. Most of the time it's not happening. What makes me think it's a light show is that most of the time you don't see them. Like right now you don't see them. So given that you periodically see them and they look kind of decorative, that's what makes me think it's a light show. But maybe I'm wrong. Samurai Conscious says, I'm not sure the Iron Beam would look so pretty and change colors. I mean, this is probably one of the most well-known tourist destinations in the world, the Temple Mount, with the Western Wall and the Dome of the Rock and so forth. So I would not be surprised if there was a light show there, but I don't know for sure. Thank you, Spicy and Red and Robin Foos, for your support. Oh, let me see if there's any update on those the drone alerts. I don't know if there was an actual drone. Did the IDF post any updates yet? I don't see them. No, they just said there were sirens sounding. There were some sirens earlier, like right when we came on the air, and the Israeli Defense Forces said about those sirens. Those were the sirens near Gaza, like an hour and a half ago or so. And the Israeli Defense Force said, following the sirens, those sirens from about 2 hours ago in southern Israel near Gaza, approximately 3 launches were identified crossing from northern Gaza. 1 launch was intercepted and the rest fell in open areas. No injuries were reported. Thank you, Addie Chevris, who thinks it's a laser show that runs from June 24th to August 31st. Thank you, Addie Chevris, for your support. And VinX Mod, thank you. It is 10:49, guys. I just saw something, and I'm not sure if it's true. Let me see if I can get some confirmation of this. It's kind of weird. I'm only seeing it from one account. And I don't know why that account would be the one that has that information, which makes me a bit skeptical. Oh, Iran International English. So I saw a report that like Iranian banks were going to be closed or something. And what I saw is Iran International, which is a Iranian news outlet that operates from London. They say all Iranian government offices and banks in Tehran province and the neighboring Al-Borz province will be closed on Wednesday, the Iranian government announced, citing a significant rise in temperature as the reason. That's what they're saying. The weather in Tehran right now is... Yes, it is supposed. There is an excessive heat warning in Tehran. The high temperature on Wednesday is supposed to be 109. The high temperature on Thursday is supposed to be 108. I'm going to read you the coming days and starting tomorrow in Iran. The high temperature is supposed to be 109. This is Fahrenheit. 109, 108, 105, 105, 104. And then Celsius in Tehran. Highs. Tomorrow is 43, then 42, 41, 41, 40. So it is going to be really hot there. I guess it was 107 today. But they did have, there is an excessive heat warning in Iran, which I just Googled. So, yeah, there certainly is very high temperatures. So, I don't know anything about the situation, but it's not like they're saying we're closing things because of high temperatures and there's no high temperatures. Now, maybe there's a false reason. Maybe that's a false reason for them to close these things. I don't know how they normally, what their normal closure policy is. I'm going to defer to the people who really know Iran. And I'm sure if that raises alarm bells to them, they will say something about it. It is 10:53, guys. 10:53. I'm just checking for updates here. Oh, so AC wrote to me about this flight I showed before, who said AC believes the flight I showed before did not make the route. It is due to the GPS spoofing. Many planes show up as being in a Beirut or passing there, but it's not the case. That's interesting. Interesting. So, well, I had shown a flight before which appeared to be avoiding like the Lebanon area. And AC said that flight on radar box, and AC that the flight said the flight path is different on flight radar. So I don't know all the details, but I've read you reports in recent days that that people in Israel, in some parts of Israel, like the Tel Aviv area, had noticed that their GPS wasn't working correctly. And the idea is that Israel, if they think is going to be an attack, they would mess with the GPS, which would hinder drones or missiles that use GPS to find their target from working properly. So perhaps the flight that I showed you on radar box looked like a strange path because of Israel messing with the GPS. I appreciate AC messaging about that. I just saw that right now. Next time I'll check on both things. TJ Barnum says if you click the flight itself on radar box and click the pop-out box on the information screen, it will isolate that flight in a new window. Thanks to TJ Barnum. Chad Breedlove wrote in and said that the clicking we were hearing from the Tel Aviv shot. Sorry, I'm just getting to these messages now. Chad thought the clicking we were hearing periodically in the Tel Aviv shot that we had before was a still camera taking pictures every so often for a time lapse. That's interesting. That's what Chad thought. Michael Puskar, our viewer, says, it seems to me like they're playing a mental psychological game with the world. Thank you, Michael Puskar. Well, the Hezbollah leader did say today that the waiting is part of the punishment. Bruce K asked about marine radar. Yeah, that's a similar thing to flight radar, where like I can't look at that and know what is, and really understand what I'm seeing, but I do have access to it. So if someone I follow who knows about that kind of thing says, hey, there's this interesting thing happening on the marine traffic site, for example, I can certainly show it. Sorry, I got a lot of messages, so I'm just trying to check some of the messages people have sent in. Trying to catch up here. Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to catch up and go through some of the messages. I get so many messages. I also got to check some other news sites and see what they're reporting. There's just so much stuff floating around out there. All right. Quick update from Associated Press. Hamas chooses October 7th mastermind as their new leader as wider war feared. The Palestinian militant group Hamas said today it had chosen Yahya Sinwar, its top official in Gaza who masterminded the October 7th attacks in Israel, as its new leader. The choice of the hardliner was a defiant move by Hamas, whose political leader Ismail Haniyeh was killed in Iran last week in a presumed Israeli strike. Meanwhile, at least 19 people, including 6 soldiers, were wounded in northern Israel on Tuesday after Lebanon's Hezbollah militants launched drone attacks, emergency officials said, as world leaders try to stop tensions in the Middle East from boiling over into a regional war. Most of the people were hurt on the ground. Most of the people in Israel were hurt by an Israeli interceptor rocket that missed and hit the ground today. Local authorities issued sweeping new guidelines in northern Israel for all residents to avoid all non-vital activity and stay near a safe area until further notice. Israel and Hezbollah have exchanged near-daily strikes for the past 10 months during the war in Gaza. Efforts continue around the region to prevent the war from becoming a wider conflict after the killings last week of a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon and Hamas's top political leader in Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu told his cabinet over the weekend that Israel is already in a, quote, multi-front war with Iran and its proxies. That is from Associated Press. Thank you to Speedrun Spartan, who says U.S. is holding an important conference soon. I have not heard about such a conference. If you get more information, please let me know. I have not heard about it. There's a U.S. and Australian news conference coming up in a half an hour. I might, if that's what you're talking about, I might put it on in the corner because, I mean, there's a news conference around 4:30 with the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, and Australian Foreign Minister, and Australian Deputy Prime Minister and Defense Minister. The thing is, I mean, are we really going to hear that much from the Secretary of Defense in that news conference about what's going on? I don't think he's going to reveal a lot of information about what's happening. He'll probably say, we have sent resources to support Israel. Our support for Israel is steadfast as always. We will help defend Israel, and we encourage all parties in the Middle East to try to reach an agreement and reach peace and not escalate the situation. So, like I don't think having the sound on for that will be worth the disruption of it. In terms of what, I'm just basing this, we usually in something like that are not going to get very, informative new information about the situation. And this is the Speedrun Spartan might be talking about something else, but I just noticed that. But just to explain my thinking. Oh, what I might show you really quick is I can't cover two things at once, and we're going to stay with this. But at 5:15 p.m., there is a Vice President Harris is going to be holding her first rally with Tim Walz, her VP pick. So what I might do is, when that's happening, I might put that in a little box on the screen so you can see and hear that. We might do that. So I'll keep an eye out for that. Guys, it's 11:06. It's 11:06. Things are pretty quiet there at this point. We're bringing you live updates. I'm going to check some different sources here. Here's an update from Khan News Israel. Khan News Israel reports that Israel is preparing for the possibility that Hezbollah will launch precision missiles. The assessment in Jerusalem is that, oops, what happened to that shot? We might have lost that shot. We might need to go to the other shot. Hold on. What happened to the video? Oh, no, we did not lose the shot. The shot is back. Looks like the camera kind of got moved or something. I think they zoomed in or something. We have that one too. I think we should stick with this one. But what I might do here is do this. I might move that a little that way so you can see it. Okay. Oh, hold on. The camera's moving. The camera is refocusing. He is moving the camera. What's he doing? Why did he move the camera? Hang on a moment. What happened with the camera? He's focusing on something. The camera person is focusing on something. I don't know why. Why is the camera focusing over there? I don't know what he just did. There's some reason he did that. I mean, clearly that was an intentional zoom in. I'm wondering if he sees something. We can switch to the other one, but it's kind of weird. Maybe oh no, it looks like he's adjusting the lighting. Maybe he's fixing the lighting. Huh. Look at this. There's experimenting going on with the lighting, I think. I assume he's just adjusting the camera. He or she is adjusting the camera. Let's wait for a second here. Head crab says calibrating. Because this obviously is not the best angle. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I'm not going to stay on that shot. I'm going to go to the other shot. I don't know why you'd be focusing on that shot. All right, in a second, I'm going to go back to the other shot. Here's the other one. That's also on the border. I don't know what was going on with that one. Why is he so focused in? Well, we got this one too. Hang on. I was just gonna talk about something. So, Khan News, Israel says Israel is preparing for the possibility that Hezbollah will launch precision missiles. Why can't I say this? Precision. I can't say precision. I can't say the word. Precision. I just said it slowly. Precision. Now I can say it. Precision. My brain stopped working. I can now say the word precision again. We're back. Steve's brain is back. Israel is preparing for the possibility that Hezbollah will launch precision missiles. Maybe because it's precision missiles. Also, Khan News Israel claims, they say that Israel believes Hezbollah will attack before Iran, and the warning will be short. And unlike Iran, Hezbollah's proximity to Israel will make early preparation difficult. That's very interesting. They also believe Israel is preparing for the possibility of a split response between Hezbollah and Iran, which may require a stay of several hours in protected areas. I'm going to actually post this. I'm going to post this on X. So Khan News, this is Khan News Israel. I'm going to sneeze in a second. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Didn't want to sneeze on the microphone. Khan News. Khan News Israel. They say Israel is preparing for the possibility that Hezbollah will launch precision missiles. Israel believes Hezbollah will attack before Iran. And they also say, unlike Iran, Hezbollah's proximity to Israel will make early preparation difficult. Also, Khan News reports that, I guess I'm gonna have to. Khan News said the Wall Street Journal said Americans have detected movement of launchers in recent days, but the signs do not currently indicate what the Iranian response will be. I'll have to look that up. I'll have to look that up. I'll look up the Wall Street Journal, see what they said. Oh, Fatex already posted this too. A clip. Fatex was posting about this story that I saw as well. I just saw this right now. I didn't see Fatex post before. Well, but mine was precision missiles. Fatex was a little different. So our translations are a little different, so I'll post mine as well. Hang on a second here. All right, hang on one moment here. Sorry. Okay. Then the Wall Street Journal, what the Wall Street Journal was saying is that, if I can find it here, can't find that. Hang on. Oh, I will mention this if you didn't see it. If you didn't hear about this, I'll mention this. Jim Sciutto with CNN said the U.S. is beginning to see some Iranian preparations for a potential military response to Israel, according to 2 U.S. officials familiar with the intelligence. These sources would not elaborate on what kind of preparations are being made. Multiple U.S. officials have told CNN the U.S. expects an attack against Israel in the coming days, though it remains unclear whether there will be a coordinated response between Tehran and Hezbollah. All right, let me read some of your comments. Sorry, I've been trying to catch up on some of the reporting about this. That other camera shot is still zoomed in, and I have no idea why. This other camera is zoomed in. I don't know why it's zoomed in on like that. It normally is showing like the sky. Now it's just weirdly zoomed in for some reason. I have no idea why. Anyway, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. We have this angle. I can't tell you why the other one zoomed in. How long would it take for missiles to reach Israel from Lebanon? Well, Lebanon is right next to Israel. Hang on a moment here. Why can't I find this? Oh, here we go. Yes, so as a little bit of perspective here from the Institute for the Study of War, it's a cool site where they give a lot of military analysis. Understandingwar.org. You can check them out. On August 1st, they wrote, here's a paragraph from their report of August 1st. They said, Iran is likely now planning for its next attack in order to establish deterrence with Israel while still avoiding a large-scale war. One of the most dangerous but increasingly likely scenarios is that Iran and the Axis of Resistance launch a combined large-scale drone and missile attack that incorporates lessons from the 2024 attack. So, what they say is, they say that, just going back, here's what they say about the April attack that Iran launched. Iran and the Axis of Resistance are almost certainly considering how to cause greater damage to Israel than the April 2024 attack did, since that attack failed to impose a serious cost on Israel and thus failed to deter. Iran and its allies fired about 170 one-way attack drones, 30 cruise missiles, and 120 ballistic missiles at Israel in the April attack. Iran designed this strike package of over 300 projectiles to inflict serious damage on Israel. Iran specifically targeted 2 remote Israeli targets, an air base in the southern Israeli desert and an intelligence center in the Golan Heights. Lebanese Hezbollah fired dozens of rockets, while the Houthis launched a few drones and missiles in the April attack. Iran modeled its attack in April on Russian strike packages used in Ukraine. Iran has observed how Russian forces have combined drones and missiles in attacks on Ukrainian targets and likely concluded it could similarly use such a strike package to overwhelm Israeli air defenses and get some projectiles to strike their targets. But the U.S., Israel, and their allies intercepted the vast majority of the projectiles, so that the Iranian attack in April did significantly less damage than Tehran intended. The U.S. and Israel benefited from the fact that the Iranian attack drones took hours to fly from Iran to Israel across nearly 1,000 kilometers. That hours-long period gave the U.S., Israel, and their allies time to prepare their defenses and intercept all the drones, as well as many of the subsequent ballistic and cruise missiles. Iranian leaders likely calculate they failed to deter Israel with their April 2024 attack because they did not inflict serious damage. That's what the Institute for the Study of War says. They continue by saying, Iran is likely now planning for its next attack in order to establish deterrence with Israel while still avoiding a large-scale war. One of the most dangerous but increasingly likely scenarios that Iran and the axis of resistance one of the most dangerous but increasingly likely scenarios is that Iran and the axis of resistance launch a combined large-scale drone and missile attack that incorporates lessons from the April attack. Iranian leaders in this scenario could increase the volume of projectiles fired at Israel by launching more from Iran, from the surrounding countries, or both. Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria could launch simultaneous attacks to further strain Israeli air defenses as well. Drones and missiles launched from Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria would be much harder to intercept than the ones from Iran, given the shorter distances and flight times to Israel. U.S. and Israeli forces would have significantly less time to intercept these projectiles. It would take Hezbollah drones around 15 minutes to reach Haifa and around 40 minutes flying on direct paths to reach Tel Aviv, for instance, although many drones will likely fly indirect and longer routes. Iran could alternatively exploit the short flight times to concentrate a smaller volume of fire against a single target in Israel rather than two. Shorter flight times for the drones could make it easier to coordinate them with ballistic missiles fired from Iran, whose flight times are generally less than 10 minutes. That's for ballistic missiles. It takes ballistic missiles about 10 minutes to reach Israel from Iran, but cruise missiles longer than that. If Iran and its partners and proxies can concentrate drones and missiles on Israeli targets simultaneously, they may have reason to expect the distractions caused by the one can facilitate penetration by the other. So, the point is, after the viewer brought up the travel time for missiles from Iran, or drones, I think the viewer said missiles, is Iran, the Institute for the Study of War believes Iran will learn from its April attack and will try to launch more stuff at Israel from closer positions, like Lebanon, which would make things much more difficult for defending Israel. Okay? If you want to read that really good report, I think it's really good, from the Institute for the Study of War, I will post the link to that in the chat right now. I really appreciate them letting me read excerpts from their reports on the air. I am posting that link right now. I just posted it. You can also find it at understandingwar.org. Meanwhile, we wait and see what's going to happen, if anything, tonight. It is 11:28. 11:28 p.m. Texans, our viewer thinks Iran is going to get embarrassed yet again. Connie says, my friends in Jerusalem are worried about this close attack, not Iran. You mean from Hezbollah? Although remember, Iran supports Hezbollah, so Iran can probably tell Hezbollah what to do within certain limits. The Limey thinks Iran will no doubt send a message. Chaitan Herlau says, Iran will strike, no one expects it. Do you mean in a way no one expects? Maybe Iran will do something very different than people expect. They could maybe target an Israeli interest in another country or something. I don't know. I hear a motorcycle or something. Thank you, Kate89. I might show in the corner a little bit of the Harris Walls rally. We're not doing full coverage of it, but maybe we'll watch a little bit of Tim Walz speak when he speaks, because he's the new vice presidential nominee. But we're keeping the focus on this. Thank you to our new member, Partridge. Thank you, Wecco the Duck, for your support. Robert Paulette says this time it will be different. I just want to give you a little update from Trump's Truth Social. A quick update from Trump's Truth Social. I'll actually just put it on the screen for you, not full screen, so we don't miss the camera. He posted this about a half an hour ago, Trump. It says, what are the chances that crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the U.S., whose presidency was unconstitutionally stolen from him by Kamala, Barack Hussein Obama, crazy Nancy Pelosi, shifty Adam Schiff, crying Chuck Schumer, and others on the lunatic left, crashes the Democratic National Convention and tries to take back the nomination, beginning with challenging me to another debate. He feels that he made a historically tragic mistake by handing over the U.S. presidency, a coup, to the people in the world he most hates, and he wants it back now. That is from Trump half an hour ago. The New York Times says there is a concern among Israeli and American officials that the various Hezbollah and Iran, that Iran could have a unified attack with Hezbollah and other Iran-backed groups in the region. The New York Times says such a concern has risen among Israeli and American officials who fear that Israel's vaunted air defense system could be overwhelmed. The Washington Post says that a coordinated strike by Iran and Hezbollah could threaten to overwhelm Israel's air defense network. And also the Washington Post says it's unclear whether Arab nations will support the U.S.-led coalition in defending Israel the same way they did in April. Hang on a second here. The Wall Street Journal says that U.S. officials are worried that an Iranian assault may be accompanied with even more synchronized strikes from Hezbollah and Iran's other allies in the region, including the Houthis in Yemen and militias in Iraq, in an attempt to overwhelm Israeli defense systems. I'm just checking for some other updates here. The Ynet, which is an Israeli news outlet, says if Hezbollah and Iran want to harm the civilian population and not focus on military and infrastructure targets, they also may try to launch strikes at city centers like Tel Aviv and Haifa. But Ynet says such an action would almost certainly lead to an escalation that Israel thinks Iran wants to avoid and is thus less likely. I mean, that's a big question, is what will Iran and Iran's proxy forces, what will they target? Will it be military targets? Will it be government targets? Could it be some civilian targets? Ynet says there's also a serious concern in Israel that Iran and Hezbollah would try to carry out terror attacks against Israelis abroad or harm Israeli diplomats and Israeli embassies. J. Genesis doesn't think anything will happen anytime soon. Thank you so much, Kenneth Colton, for your support. John Donahue says Tisha B'Av is coming up on the 13th. A number of our viewers think that Iran could strike on the Israeli day of mourning, I believe it is, which is August 12th to 13th. Tisha B'Av, an annual fast day in Judaism in which a number of disasters in Jewish history occurred, according to Wikipedia. Today is April 6th, by the way. Not April. Today is August 6th. Did I say April? I meant to say August 6th to 12th. August 12th to 13th is that day. Today is August 6th. Tisha B'Av is August 12th to 13th. Thank you so much to John Donahue and Red Squirrel 82. Thanks so much to Red Squirrel 82. That's really nice of you. For some reason, the other shot of the border zoomed in. About a half an hour ago, this shot zoomed in. I have no idea why it zoomed in this much. So this shot is pretty useless to us right now. I hope it. For days, it's been zoomed out. Why it zoomed in on this little part? Oh, he just switched back. He just switched back right now. It just got switched right this second. Literally this second. It just got switched back. Maybe the person there has two cameras or something and they switched from one camera to the other. Maybe. Well, what I can tell you is it just got switched back. Right where we were watching it. Let me do that there. No, I feel like with Gaza cameras that this is not a Gaza camera, but I feel like that used to happen once in a while. Maybe he was fixing one camera or something. Hang on. So we have that angle, and then we have this one. I might leave it on this one for now. I kind of like this one a little better. But we have both. Zero2 thinks they wait until you no longer expect it. Oh, I got Tel Aviv back. Yay, I got the Tel Aviv camera back. The Tel Aviv camera is a nice shot. I'll show you the Tel Aviv in a second. That's from AFP. All right, let me try to get that. Hang on a moment. It's 11:45. There it is. There's Tel Aviv. Look. Look at this shot right here. That is Tel Aviv skyline. That's Tel Aviv. Is it frozen? I gotta unfreeze this. I think it's frozen. Give me a second. No, it's not. It's not frozen. I can see the traffic going. So that's a shot of Tel Aviv right there. So we'll leave that up in the middle there. But that's a cool shot of Tel Aviv. Oopsie. A little smaller. Okay. Trouser thinks it's not going to happen anytime soon. They're incentivized to wait longer as it keeps Israel on edge, putting a psychological strain of sorts on the people. That's what Trouser thinks. Stephen Carrillo says, build that fear in them. Darren Moffat thinks Iran is scared. Paul Muffoletto says he doesn't think Iran wants a war. Oh, Kamala Harris posted that she and Walls are going to be speaking around 5:30 Eastern time. That's like 45 minutes from now. Hey, it's almost midnight, guys. It is almost midnight. It's almost midnight Israel time. It is almost Wednesday there. John Turpin says, our viewer says, I fear the world is going to see big going-ons before anything gets better. Nick says, do you think the U.S. will hold off on a retaliatory strike for the bombings yesterday until after Iran hits Israel? So the U.S. does not do retaliatory strikes for every time that their bases, their soldiers get attacked in Iraq and Syria. There's U.S. soldiers in Iraq and Syria have been attacked dozens and dozens of times since last October by Iranian militias. The U.S. did a strike, I think, some strikes in January because there was a strike in which 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in Jordan. But I don't know that we'll see any kind of specific U.S. strike in response to the rocket attack on a base in Iraq yesterday, in which roughly 7 U.S. soldiers were injured. Because it's not been the practice for the U.S. to do a strike, as I'm aware, every single time there's an attack on a base in which a soldier is injured. Now, they might also just do attacks of opportunity to the U.S. Maybe they see a certain target, and if they see a target vulnerable that they think is threatening U.S. troops, they might attack it. But again, I haven't been hearing about a specific attack in response being planned to the attack on the rocket strikes on the al-Assad base in Iraq yesterday. Thank you, Nick, for the question. Blinken is doing a press conference soon with a bunch of other people from Australia. I don't really want to play it. Again, the reason I don't want to play the Blinken joint press conference is the same as the reason I didn't want to play the Austin Joyce press conference. I don't think we're going to hear anything interesting and new about the situation. So we'll have to have that audio on, listening to it, where we don't hear anything interesting and new. So that's why I don't want to hear it. I don't think he's going to say, here's some really new information that we are observing in Iran that nobody has told you yet. I think it's going to be, we encourage Iran and everybody else to step back from the brink and do not escalate. Our devotion to Israel's defense is steadfast. We will continue to support Israel. At the same time, we want a ceasefire, and we encourage all parties in the Middle East to work towards a ceasefire on Gaza. So it's just not, to me, I don't really want to bother with it. Certainly, diplomacy has importance, and there's importance as a diplomatic procedure. But in terms of news, I don't really think we're going to hear much new. So I'm not going to show it. Yes, Ken Alloway says it'll be the "we call for restraint" mantra. It's just a choice. It's just an editorial choice I make, because it's just about bringing you new news. If there's some press conference where I have reason to believe there's going to be significant new information relevant to this topic, I will certainly show it. You know I will show that. Right. Big Sloth said they're not going to say anything new. We don't give out information. Yeah, if they have new information, like strategic information, why would they want to say it in like a press conference? Thanks. Did I thank Rye Boy yet? Thanks, Rye Boy, for your support and your nice note, Rye Boy. Thank you. Also, Andrew B. Andrew, I did not see that report from Al Jazeera about Hezbollah's response. I'll have to see if I can find it. Yeah, I mean, we read you a couple stories about what the Hezbollah leaders say today, and Al Jazeera also mentioned this as well. They said, the Hezbollah leaders said, Hezbollah will respond alone or in the context of a unified response from all the axis of Iran-backed groups in the region, whatever the consequences. Thank you again, Andrew B. But I didn't see, Andrew, that if you want, if you find it, you can send me the specific report you're talking about. Guys, in 3 minutes, it is midnight. 3 minutes until midnight. Israel time. Something else Nasrallah said today, the Hezbollah leader, something else he said, according to Haaretz, is Nasrallah said, he said, the decision has been made and we have the ability, but it won't happen fast but slowly. He said, the nerve-wracking anticipation is part of the response. The goal is that the waiting will exhaust Israel in all its resources. That's according to Haaretz. Hey, thanks, Brian Parks. That's really kind of you, Brian Parks. I appreciate your support. Thank you. What will be the first signs an attack is underway, says Boohoo? I don't know that we'll get signs. I mean, if you hear about airspace closures or Israel ordering its civilians to go to shelters or something like that, well, that could be a sign. But I don't know if we'll get an advance notice, honestly. What is this here? I didn't see this before. Hang on a second. I'm going to look at something here. Hang on, just listening to something here. Sorry, I was just looking up something. Oh, it's midnight. Hey guys, it's Wednesday. It is now Wednesday Israel time. It is Wednesday Israel time. In less than 2 hours, it'll be exactly 1 week since Israel presumably assassinated Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. There's an interesting report from Reuters here about what happened right before the Hezbollah leader was supposed to speak today. And did he speak in Beirut? But right before he spoke in Lebanon, you can see Reuters says, panic in Beirut as Israeli warplanes break sound barrier 3 times. So Reuters says Israeli warplanes broke the sound barrier 3 times over Beirut in less than 30 minutes on Tuesday, leading to loud booms that sent people in the city running for cover just ahead of a speech by the head of powerful Iran-backed group Hezbollah. Israeli warplanes flew low over the Lebanese capital, with witnesses saying they could see the planes with the naked eye. The booms were the loudest heard in Beirut in years. One Reuters reporter saw people at a cafe in Beirut's Badaro district scatter as the sound reverberated through the city. Hezbollah chief Nasrallah was set to begin an address at around 5 p.m. to mark 1 week since the killing of the Lebanese armed group's top military commander, Fouad Shukr, in an Israeli strike on Beirut's southern suburbs. Hezbollah has promised to respond to the killing, which came just hours before the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran in an operation blamed on Israel, but which Israel has not yet confirmed or denied undertaking. The twin killings have pushed the region to the brink of war, with Iran also vowing a painful response. So it certainly seems possible, as one of our viewers also said, that those planes flying blow over Beirut were meant to send a message to Nasrallah and Hezbollah. That's certainly possible. Jonathan Morris says, sounds like a mental battle. Hasseldehoff thinks maybe Iran is backing down. So remember, there were reports on Sunday that Blinken, what was the Blinken report on Sunday? That he had told people it could be in the next 24 to 48 hours? Well, it wasn't. Well, depending on when he said it on Sunday. No, I think we're past that. Yeah, he had, according to Axios, he had said on Sunday that the attack could begin in the next 24 to 48 hours. But we're after that now. although not far after that. Well, it depends on when he said it on Sunday. No, he said it before 5 p.m. on Sunday. No, I don't have video of the sonic boom. I don't think I have video of the sonic boom. Oh, so I want to give you an update about Yahya Sinwar, too. So Hamas said that Yahya Sinwar, who is believed to be hiding in Gaza, the leader of Hamas in Gaza, is now taken over as the head political leader in Hamas for the person who got killed in Tehran, Ismail Haniyeh. So that would make him like the unquestioned number one in Hamas. But even though he is hiding from Israel at this point. So I want to show you something here. AP says, Israel says it remains committed to killing Hamas's new political leader. The Israeli military's chief spokesperson, said Israel remains to killing Yahya Sinwar in response to news about his election as leader of Hamas's political bureau. There is only one place for Yahya Sinwar, and it is beside Mohammed Deif and the rest of the October 7th terrorists, said Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari. Israel said it had killed Deif, the head of Hamas's military wing, in a huge strike in southern Gaza last month. Sinwar, who is Hamas's chief in Gaza, is considered, along with Deif, to be the chief architect of the deadly October 7th attack on southern Israel, which sparked the Israel-Hamas war. Since then, Israel has repeatedly vowed to kill him. Yahya Sinwar is a terrorist who is responsible for the most brutal terrorist attack in history, October 7th, said the spokesperson for the Israeli military. AP also said Hamas's new leader is Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind of the October 7th attacks. The Palestinian militant group Hamas said Tuesday it has chosen Yahya Sinwar, its top official in Gaza, who masterminded the October 7th attacks in Israel, as its new leader. The choice of Sinwar, a secretive figure who leads Hamas's hardliners and is close to Iran, was a defiant step. Sinwar is at the top of Israel's kill list as it seeks to destroy Hamas and its leadership after the October 7th attack, in which militants killed 1,200 people in southern Israel and took about 250 hostage. Hamas said it named Sinwar as the new head of its political bureau to replace Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed last week in Iran in a presumed Israeli strike. Unlike Haniyeh, who had lived in exile in Qatar for years, Sinwar has remained in Gaza. As Hamas's leader in Gaza since 2017, he rarely appeared in public but kept an iron grip on Hamas's rule. Close to the armed wing known as Qassam brigades, he worked to build up the group's military capabilities. Adi Chevris thinks he's hiding in Israel, hiding with the Israeli kids' hostages. It's a little strange because Haniyeh, who was killed by Israel presumably in Iran last week, he was a diplomat. He was the political head of Israel, and he would do lots of meetings. He was very involved in diplomacy and negotiations and meeting with other prominent people in the world leaders and such, and negotiators. So obviously Yahya Sinwar can't do that. He's in hiding right now. So it's not like he can do a lot of diplomacy, public diplomacy, from being in hiding. Samurai Conscious now says Sinwar is now forced to make statements either himself or by proxy. Intel Girl says no one knows when this response will happen. It is 12:10 a.m. We're bringing you live coverage. I need literally a 1 minute to take 1 minute. I'm going to come back in 1 minute. I'm disappearing for 1 minute, and I'm coming back in 1 minute. All right, I'm back. I am back. Oops. Here we go. There we go. We have this other shot too here. That's the other one. Maybe we'll, I think I'm going to stay with this one. It's a similar shot. That's also, I don't know if you guys have a preference. I kind of like this one better of the border. I don't know if you guys have a thought on it. I can do that, but then if I do that, you're missing too much on the left. Well, I can do that. They're both shots of different parts. They're different parts of the Lebanon-Israel border. I don't know if you guys have a preference between the two shots, but I can turn up the volume on this one too. The volume on that one is not very good. I mean, we have seen in the past on this shot, we saw a couple flares a couple days ago. We heard gunfire last night. I think it was this shot. I don't think it was the other shot. You never know. So I'll stay on this one for a little while. Thanks to Jillian B., our member. Thank you. Tattoo says, we Iranian people do not want war with Israel. Valerie says, at what time of the day are the attacks most likely to happen? I don't know. I mean, they could happen during the day. I think if Iran were to want to minimize civilian casualties, I'm not sure that they do. They might want to do it at night. I don't know if maybe nighttime makes things harder for Israel to shoot down. I honestly don't know. But I don't know when they're going to do it. I would not be surprised if it's at any time of day. Maybe if they think Israel's expecting it at night, they'll do it during the day. Don't know. And it could be multiple days or multiple stages. Thank you, KXX, or King5, it sounds like. KXXNG5. Thanks for your support. You know what we're hearing? I'm going to take a second. What I need to do, you hear that kind of weird, hear that like bada 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 bada. I'll fix that. I need to take a second. I'm going to take a second and fix the sound so we can get a little better sound. So what's going to happen is while I do this, everything's going to, the footage is just going to freeze for a second. Yeah, that's what I need to do. So give me a moment. I'm going to get it so that I can turn the volume up without it sounding weird. I just need a second to reset with the footage. I'm just resetting the footage now. So just give me a second here. Give me a second. Need about 15 more seconds maybe. Okay. That's better. So now we have a little more volume from that shot. Yeah, so now I can have the volume up a little more. So I fixed the volume, or I fixed the sound. See, now we hear a little bit of wind. Probably too much wind. Have to turn it down a bit. But I think most of the sound you're hearing is coming from the border shot and not the Tel Aviv shot. If I turn off, yeah, there's very little sound, if any, coming from the Tel Aviv shot. So the sound you're hearing is from the border shot, and a lot of that you're hearing that wind. I need to take my headphones out now. As I usually do, when I take my headphones out, we're going to pause probably for 2 seconds. Get ready for a pause of a couple seconds. Hold on. Hang on. We're just going to pause for a sec. Give it a second. About to pause. I think I'm back. I'm back now. I'm back now. Okay, now I got to put my other headphones in because the battery runs out. Here we go. Let's do this. Gonna pause for a sec. All good? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? We're good. I think we're good. Yep, I got sound. We're good to go. We're good to go. Cross says it's been a whole week of Iran promising they will attack this night. Can't take them even seriously, bruh. That's what Cross says. Remember, in April, it took Iran 12 days to respond to an Israeli attack on an Iranian embassy building in Syria. Maybe hearing a drone, I'm not sure. A plane. We're hearing a plane. Guys, I hear a plane. Maybe a jet. Thanks to our member Lisa Levac. Thanks, Lisa. Oregon guy writes in and said, it is my belief when Iran launches, Israel will target and launch toward all Iranian military outposts and facilities with radar-avoiding munitions. So look, I don't know, what the Israeli response to Iran and Iran's proxy forces attack will be, but my guess is that it might depend on how much damage they do. But, there's a risk of escalation where suppose a Iranian missile intentionally or unintentionally hits a civilian site, then Israel will feel like they need to do a strong response. Gaga64 sent me a report from Lara Seligman, who is with Wall Street Journal, who says, in addition to the F-22 squadron arriving in the coming days, the Department of Defense also yesterday moved an FA-18 squadron from the carrier USS Theodore Roosevelt to a regional partner base to help defend Israel and U.S. assets ahead, of expected Iranian attack. Joshua AR viewer says, if Iran does do damage, Israel will escalate. Thanks so much to our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators. We have Ruth Krafasi, thank you. Danny James, thanks so much, Danny, for moderating. I think I'm missing some there. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Also S23. Also S23 is moderating. Is that somebody else, also S23, who changed their name? I don't even know. Thanks to our Twitch mods like Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Oh, it's AJ. It's AJ. Okay. Also S23 is AJ. Cool. By the way, thanks Mochizuki for the bits on Twitch. I appreciate that. And Namaxwe. Thanks for the gift sub on Twitch, Namaxwe. And thanks so much, Carrie Poteet, for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you. Make sure you thank Carrie or somebody else if they gave you a gift membership. Thanks also to Raven Lynn for moderating, and Ronald Egnor and Paul Anderson and Kay Lowry Body. Thank you. It is 12:26 a.m. Really quick, guys. Hang on a second here. Hang on one moment. I'm going to do something really quickly. Hang on 1 second. 1 second here. Okay. Now, what I was going to do is, what I'm going to do is, let me explain what I'm going to do. Let me explain what I'm going to do here. No, I'm going to turn it down. So the Kamala Harris rally is going on, where she's going to, where it's her first rally with her new vice presidential choice, Tim Walz. So we're not going to just play the whole thing because people are here to see the Iran coverage, not the rally coverage. But I might maybe catch a little bit of it. I'm not going to play it. I'm going to make it really small right now. Smaller. Small. I'm going to go small. Right under me. So Josh Shapiro is speaking. So I'll keep an eye on it, and then maybe I can turn on a little volume when Tim Walz is speaking. A lot of angry people in the chat. I literally put up something that's a very small part of the screen under me in the chat with no volume on, And here's some of the comments I get. Bye. Please don't. Nope, I'm out. Bye. Ugh. Boo. No, stop. Bye. Exclamation point. Bye. Man. All right. Fine then. Guys, I'm sorry. It's a breaking news channel. We cover big breaking news. In the past couple days, when we've been covering this, I have regularly come on the air and talked about other news stories that were going on. We talked about the stock market when it was. Well, did we talk about the stock market? Yeah, we did, right? We've done this a number of times where we've talked about other stories that were going on at the same time. So this is a big story that The new vice presidential pick is going to speak for the first time. I told you I'm not going to play it for that long, but I'm sorry. The channel is a breaking news channel, and if there's other big stories going on while this is going on, I'm going to do my best to at least give some coverage of it. If it really upsets you that much to see it on for a little bit, well, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Uh-oh. What happened here? Why did this happen? I think my earpods didn't charge or something. Oh, no, I think I heard the other one. I don't know what happened. We're still working. Yeah, I'm not. He is not speaking yet. The person speaking is not this. I have the rally up. That is Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro is not the nominee. The vice presidential nominee hasn't spoken yet. Hey, thank you to John Kaplan for your support. I appreciate it. John Kaplan, also Blue Steel Kenny. Thank you, Blue Steel Kenny, and Dozer242. Thank you. Also, thank you so much to Hal9D01. Thank you very much, Hal, for your support. It is 12:33 a.m. 12:33 a.m. local time. And thanks to our new member, Cora Brown. Hearing another plane now. Oh, I got an update here about some more more U.S. assets being sent to the region. I'm going to read this to you in a second. U.S. sends ship-based Navy fighter jets to a base in the Middle East to help protect Israel. This is from Associated Press. Oh, by the way, thank you so much to Vasti Menezes. Vasti Menezes. That's really generous of you. Thanks so much, Vasti. Very kind of you. Thank you. And also thanks, Michelle Fernandez, for your support for the gift memberships. Michelle Fernandez, thank you. Very nice of you. Much appreciated. Let me read you this from Associated Press. And thanks, Aaron Weirdo, for the support on Twitch. Associated Press says about a dozen FA-18 fighter jets from the USS Theodore Roosevelt aircraft carrier have flown to a military base in the Middle East as part of the Pentagon's effort to help defend Israel from possible attacks by Iran and its proxies and to safeguard U.S. troops, according to a U.S. official. The FA-18s and an E-2D Hawkeye surveillance aircraft took off from the carrier in the Gulf of Oman and arrived at the undisclosed base on Monday, said the official. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin ordered the increased military presence in the region as officials worry about escalating violence in the Middle East in the wake of the killings last week of a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon and a Hamas's top political leader in Iran in suspected Israeli strikes. Both groups are backed by Iran. The Navy jet's land-based deployment is expected to be temporary because a squadron of Air Force 2022 fighter jets is en route to the same base from their home station in Alaska. The roughly dozen F-22s are expected to arrive in the Middle East in the coming days, said the official. So it's interesting, and it says it's not clear how long all of the aircraft will remain together at the base, and that may depend on what, if anything, happens in the next few days. So these aircraft flew off of this aircraft carrier, and now they're temporarily being based on land. The troop movements come as U.S. officials released more details about the rocket attack yesterday that hit a military base in Iraq, injuring American personnel. Officials said 5 U.S. service members and 2 contractors were hurt when 2 rockets hit the base. The officials said 5 of those injured were being treated at the Al-Assad air base and 2 were evacuated, but all 7 are in stable condition. They did not provide details on who was evacuated. The rocket attack in Iraq yesterday is the latest in what has been an uptick in strikes on U.S. forces by Iranian-backed militias. It comes as tensions across the Middle East are spiking, but it is not believed to be connected to the Hezbollah and Hamas killings. In recent weeks, Iranian-backed Iraqi militias have resumed launching attacks on bases housing U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria after a lull of several months, following a strike on a base in Jordan in late January that killed 3 American soldiers and prompted a series of retaliatory U.S. strikes. Between October and January, an umbrella group calling itself the Islamic Resistance in Iraq had regularly claimed attacks that it said were in retaliation for Washington's support of Israel in its war against Hamas in Gaza and were aimed at pushing U.S. troops out of the region. That is from Associated Press. Thank you very much to Ali C. for the gift membership. That's really nice of you. Thank you also, John Jones from Silverton, Colorado. Thank you so much, John. Thank you also, Kelly Me, for your support. Thank you, Kelly. And Jacob Hannikin. Jacob thinks the longer they wait, the more likely they will try to go after an individual like a military leader instead of a Hail Mary like last time. Their groups will do the Hail Mary. That's what Jacob thinks. Thank you, Jacob. So as I mentioned, the Hezbollah leader today said that making Israel wait was part of the punishment. But what are, I mean, is that, how much of the wait is just waiting to punish Israel? How much of it is organizing everything? Oh. You know what happened? These things like didn't charge. These are old. I'm going to have to replace these. These are my backup headphones. One of them didn't charge. So I'm stuck with one of them. Which one is working now? Hold on. I think the right one is working. Hold on. I'll see here. Yeah, it's I have two sets of earbuds. They didn't, I don't know what's going on. Why are they not charged? All right, hold on. I gotta have no earbuds. We're having a no earbuds moment. We have no earbuds right now. It's an emergency. Hang on a second here. I gotta charge these. I don't know, I guess these were not charged like they should have been. So now I gotta charge these, and I'm waiting for my other ones to charge up. Hang on a moment. Give me a moment here. All right. Unbelievable. Thought they were both charged. So now I'm charging those. How about my ones I took out a little while ago? Those are actually probably charged up a bit now. Hold on. Oh, good. Okay. Hang on a moment. Oh, yeah, I'm not showing Shapiro. I'm going to show Tim Walz a little bit when he speaks. Well, we're going to hear it. So these are almost fully charged now. So now I can use these. All right, give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Oh, I have to do it this way. Everything's falling apart. Oh, are these in the wrong? No, that's right. Okay, I'm putting these back in. We should be good to go. Hang on. I think we're good. I think we're good now. I think we're good. Great. Now I have sound and my earbuds are working. I'm going to charge both of them up. What's wrong with these? Yeah, this one is not charging. Hang on, let me just fix this. I got to fix this problem with this one headphone that's not charging. Okay, it's charging now. It should be working now. Everything's charging. We're good. We're good to go. Sometimes stuff happens, you know. Right, these are now charging, I think. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Oh my gosh, I was muted. Hey, I was muted. Oh no. All right, I'm back now. First of all, okay, I owe a thank you to, sorry about the muting. Thank you so much to Michelle Fernandez for your support, and Jan Eric Edvardsen, and Kate89, and Austin, our member, and Maul Worf from Germany. Thanks for watching from Germany, and thanking the moderators. And Joseph Fiorentino, who gave to the Earbud Charging Fund, which I guess exists, and GSMC for your support, and Kate89 as well for the headphone cause. So I've been using the headphones a lot during these coverage, and I think maybe I forgot to charge them last night, but this is kind of useless information. But there's a newer set and an older set, and the older set I think is having some charging difficulties. So if it dies, eventually I'll just get another set. But it should be working fine now. I just got to stay on top of it. But you know, the older one is like 4 years old, so it's gotten used a lot. Anyways, yeah. Oom's World says maybe a mute emoji. You never know. Maybe we'll do a mute emoji. Muted emoji. That's interesting. That could be useful if I'm muted. I'll look into the idea of a muted emoji. People on YouTube have a new poll emoji. The new YouTube members have a new poll emoji today, and I'm working on getting that for the Twitch subscribers. Thank you, Oom's World. I appreciate it. All right, anyways. Okay, so it is 12:40. I was going to mention something. Oh, I was going to talk about what the Hamas leader said today. But it's 12:47 a.m., first of all. No attack tonight so far. I'm hearing a plane. We're periodically hearing planes. Thank you to Anonymous Person, too. Anonymous Person and our moderator, Angel Shark, who is moderating, too. Thank you so much. And thank you also, Ivar. Ivar, thank you, Ivar, so much from Europe. And Sven Hoke, our new member, and Corrine Amos. Do I think Israel will do a preemptive strike? I have no idea. I think it would be pretty provocative. Israel doing a preemptive strike risks really escalating things further. So I don't know that Israel would want to do a preemptive strike unless it thought it would really, really, you know, they would have to have a really good reason to do it. If they thought, oh no, this response by Iran is going to be really destructive unless we do this preemptive strike, that would be a better reason. But if you do a preemptive strike, that could risk making Iran and Hezbollah, their response, even greater. So I would be surprised, but they could. Thank you, Pixel Panda. Pixel Panda, you want me to talk about the VP pick? We're not talking about that right now. Pixel Panda. I mean, I'm not going to start getting into details. Like I said, you know, just because it's a news event, I'm going to show you, I think, a little of what Tim Walz says. Not that much, but a little bit. But we're not going to start talking about that in detail right now. I'm sure we'll be covering politics stuff soon. Hey, actually, I know we will, because I covered the entire Republican convention, and assuming I have the video, I'll cover the Democratic convention. So we'll have 4 days to discuss politics then. That's actually, I think, on August 19th. It's in less than 2 weeks, the Democratic convention. Thank you, Pixel Panda. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thanks, Kim, for the gift membership. You know what I can do is I don't even have to turn the... I'm not going to turn the sound on yet because I know people are focused on Iran. But right below me is the the event where Kamala Harris is having her first rally with her vice presidential pick, Tim Walz. So I'm just letting you take a peek at it. That event is in Philadelphia. All right, let me check for some updates here. Hold on. Oh, I was just going to talk a little bit more about, because we talked about it earlier, but we haven't talked about it in a little while. I was going to talk a little bit about what the Hezbollah leader said today. Hezbollah vows to retaliate against Israel for Beirut airstrike. Associated Press says the leader of Lebanon's militant Hezbollah group vowed to retaliate against Israel for its recent airstrike in Beirut that killed a top commander, no matter what the consequences are, said Nasrallah. No matter what the consequences are. Hassan Nasrallah said Hezbollah could either act unilaterally by itself or in unity with its allies in the so-called axis of resistance that includes Iran and its proxies in Iraq, Yemen, and Syria. Tension has been rising in the Middle East since last week's attacks in which a top military commander, Fuad Shakur, was killed in Beirut and a Hamas political leader was killed in Iran. Israel said it killed Shakur, but did not claim or deny the attack that killed Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, who was visiting Tehran. Iran, by the way, claims that some kind of rocket kill or projectile killed Haniyeh, whereas there's multiple media reports that claim it was a bomb. Nasrallah today said the Israelis chose escalation by carrying out assassinations. He said Hezbollah will not be silent regarding the Beirut airstrike. He added that Israel has been on high alert since last week while waiting for Hezbollah's retaliation, adding that making Israel wait is part of the punishment. That's what he said today. Making Israel wait is part of the punishment. Shortly before Nasrallah gave his speech, Israeli warplanes flew over Beirut twice Tuesday afternoon, shaking buildings and increasing anxiety among the capital's residents. It's kind of odd. I think it's just a kind of a weird scheduling thing. So Australian government officials and I think Blinken and Austin are doing this press appearance now, which I'm not going to show because, again, I do not think that we're going to get big new information about this situation from this appearance. I think it'll kind of be the standard comments. But it's interesting, they're having it at the exact same time as the Harris-Walz rally. But, I mean, it's not ideal, I don't think, if people wanted to watch both. But their thing was probably scheduled in advance. I guess I'm surprised maybe they didn't have that thing a little earlier. But maybe they couldn't reschedule the press conference. Yeah, it's a it's with Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, and then the Australian Foreign Minister, the Australian Deputy Prime Minister, and the Defense Minister. So it's 3 Australian officials and Lloyd Austin. That's who's there. Yeah, a lot of, as Jacob says, hearing plenty of planes. We're hearing way more planes and drones today than we did before on this shot, but that might just be because there was a bunch of activity in northern Israel today. As AP says, at least 19 people, including 6 soldiers, have been wounded in northern Israel after Lebanon's Hezbollah militants launched drone attacks today. Most of them were hurt by an Israeli interceptor rocket that missed and hit the ground. Another plane. A lot of planes. I saw this report, which seemed interesting. I might read you a little of this from Reuters. Killing Hezbollah commander in Beirut was biggest loss for group since 2008. That is, pictured there is Fuad Shukr, Hezbollah senior commander who Israel killed last week. Reuters says Fuad Shukr, the top Hezbollah commander killed by Israel last Tuesday, was a founding member of the Iran-backed group who helped oversee its expansion from a shadowy Lebanese civil war militia to a major force in the Middle East. His killing was the heaviest blow to Hezbollah's command since the 2008 assassination of Imad Mughnieh, underlined the gravity of this week's escalation in the conflict, which has been rumbling across region since the Gaza war erupted. While the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, hold on, Waltz is about to speak, guys. So really quick, I'm gonna play a little bit of Tim Waltz speaking when he starts speaking. So you can see over below me. Here, you can see below me here that Kamala Harris is with Tim Walz, who is the Minnesota governor, who is making his first appearance with Kamala Harris because he was just named her vice presidential pick. So I have that up there so people who want to watch both can get an idea of what's going on. And we'll play a little bit of him speaking when he speaks. I'm sure people who want to hear the whole thing can certainly find another place to hear the whole thing. Hey, thanks so much to Peter Stemmeler. Peter Stemmeler for your support and your kind words. And also Travis Grant. Thank you, Travis Grant, for your support. Yeah, it should not be... If you're someone who wants to see that whole event, it should not be hard for you to find a place to see it. Our viewer Andrim Pro says Iran will sooner regret any attack. Thank you so much, Megan71, Childless Cat Lady. I appreciate your support, Megan. Thank you. And also, Long Range Precision Shooting. Thank you. Another plane. Listen to this plane. It's kind of a louder plane. That one seems louder. Long-range precision shooting thinks it would behoove Israel to take out any means they can of them bombing Israel. Is that gunfire? Are we hearing a little gunfire, guys? I thought I might have heard a little gunfire. I really did. I thought we heard a little gunfire there. It was kind of faint. Yeah, some of our viewers said they heard it. We'll keep the volume up and see if we hear any more. Gigi Marie said, "I heard it." Again, it wasn't as loud as last night. It's 1:02 a.m. Hey, Carl, you gotta behave yourself, Carl. Come on, Carl, you're going into the timeout box. Carl, you know better than this. Come on, Carl Carlson. Really, Carl Carlson. Carl, you've watched the channel for a long time. It's disappointing to see you behave like this in the chat. It's I'm very disappointed in you, Carl. I know you donated, but that's just extremely disappointing. Very disappointing, Carl. Come on, really. You need to think about how you're behaving and then come back later. Another loud plane. All the video you're seeing is live. It's all live video. It's all live video. Thank you, J-Spike. J-Spike, we're not really covering that on that stream, but maybe later if I see some sort of UK riots update, I'll let you know. But we're not really focusing on that on this stream. Thank you so much, J-Spike, for your support. There was a story I was going to mention, which is kind of related, which I haven't even gotten to yet. Hold on a second here. Jen sent me a comment from Shashank Joshi, who is with The Economist, who made a comment today on his X account basically saying that if Iran targets like different government buildings that are in highly populated areas, then you could have a situation where if missiles got shot down, it could cause casualties in the vicinity. That's something that, excuse me, it's the second time I've sneezed during our stream today. It's a sneezing fest. It's something that the Institute for the Study of War talked about. What they said is that if Iran and the proxy groups have targets that are in urban areas, you could have, missiles can go off course, rockets can go off course, drones can go off course, or they could get shot down and you could have debris coming down. So that could risk unintended casualties. I'll read you that section of the ISW report. Yeah, so the Institute for the Study of War at understandingwar.org, I really like their site. They do a lot of military analysis over there, Institute for the Study of War. Again, understandingwar.org. They said, another plane. Is Walls about to speak? No, he's going to, again, when Walls comes up to speak, I'll play a few seconds of what he has to say. What the Institute for the Study of War said is that Iran could inadvertently trigger an expanded conflict with Israel and even the United States if Iran launches an attack like they're talking about. They think that Iran is going to is likely going to launch a combined large-scale drone and missile attack along with its proxy forces. So what the Institute for the Study of War said is launching hundreds of projectiles is inherently risky, particularly given the failure rate that Iranian missiles have shown. Technical errors could cause severe collateral damage, as demonstrated by the recent Hezbollah attack that killed 12 Israeli children in the Golan Heights. This risk is higher given reports that Iran is planning to target locations near Haifa and Tel Aviv. Both cities are far more populated than the two remote locations that Iran targeted in 2024 in April. The risk of civilian casualties is thus very high, even if Iran does not mean to strike civilian targets around Haifa and Tel Aviv. So the point is, if Iran launches, a big strike with rockets and missiles and drones, right? They could go off course, or you could have them get shot down, but either the missile debris or the interceptor lands on some civilian place and hurts or kills civilians, and that could cause things to escalate further. Extra AF says, are these jets normal? There is way more plane activity tonight than in the last few days. I don't know if it's just because there was hostilities on the northern border with Hezbollah today, but the last few days we were hardly hearing any planes. And there's been planes nonstop. I don't know exactly why, but I can just tell you that's the truth. Hey, thanks Andrew Schlegel for your support, and also turned off our new member. Thank you. Soul Star says, how likely that the U.S. is speaking with Iran about how to deliver a response without losing face but stay with their word? I do think this is a case. I don't think this is one of these cases where Iran is just trying to look like they're doing something. Israel just assassinated a guest of the Iranian government in the Iranian capital, while that person was the political leader of an organization the Iranian government supports. Just hours after assassinating one of the top military commander in Hezbollah, which Iran supports. So this is something Iran is probably quite upset and concerned by, not to mention embarrassed. So I do agree with those who think Iran thinks that they need to do something which will make Israel think twice about continuing to do this stuff. I don't think they just want to do a token response. That's also what the Institute for the Study of War says. They think that Iran will want to cause more damage in April to deter Israel. So if you were Iran, you'd probably want to reach out to Israel beforehand more if you were just trying to do something to this for the sake of looking like you're doing something. If you're really trying to cause damage in Israel, I don't think you're going to want to reach out to them that much in advance. I just can't win. I cannot win. When I even suggested playing some of what Tim Walz is going to say, all these people yelled at me in the chat and then said, bye, I'm leaving. Now I have people yelling at me in the chat saying, you should probably have her on. Why aren't you showing her? Why? I can't win. It's just people are mad at me either way and yelling at me in the chat. How about you decide what you want to do and leave me out of it? It's unbelievable. Josh Barnes says, check flight radar. Something is happening with it. I'm just going to give my standard response. First of all, Josh, I really appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you, Josh. I get many requests to check flight radar. And again, I just want to keep saying this because I think it's important to say. I do not know flight radar well enough to look at it and say something is different than it normally is. So I will keep checking the people I follow who know flight radar well. And if they are saying, whoa, something crazy is happening on flight radar, I will definitely show it to you. What I don't want to do is put on my amateur flight radar analyst hat and try to look at flight radar with no knowledge whatsoever about that world. So I am going to avoid playing amateur flight analyst. Maybe a lot of you know what you're talking about, but I don't. So I will certainly keep checking the people I follow. And believe me, I will look and see if they are saying anything about the flight radar. And if they are saying it, I will go there and show it to you. So this is an interesting report. Where did this come from? Global Military Info, who I follow on X, they say Israeli officials told N12 News they have confirmed the IDF have started preparations to conduct preemptive strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Discussions are still underway to determine what targets to hit. So I don't know you could imagine a world in which Israel puts that story out to try to say rush Hezbollah or affect Hezbollah and Iran's plans. So I would take that with a grain of salt. If that story is coming out, it's because Israeli officials want that being made public. So it would be quite provocative for Israel to conduct preemptive strikes where they start striking Hezbollah or Iran and say, well, we're striking assets that you could use to strike us, because that risks escalating the situation. That risks making Iran and Hezbollah want to do an even bigger response. So I'm going to take that with a grain of salt. I think it's cool that Global Military Info posted that. It's at global_mil, MIL_info. And it's a good account. And I like that account. So I like that they posted that. But I would still, that's one of those I'll believe it when I see it kind of things. Yeah, I don't know why there's so many planes today compared to the last few days. It's an interesting question. Hey, thank you to Austin88ish. And Stewie789, thank you. And Just Cars. Thank you, Low Key Valkyrie, for your support. And thank you, Paul L, for your support. Thank you, Paul L. And Jess Oftedal. Thank you, Jess. And John Kaplan. And again, thanks, Josh Barnes, for your support. I very much appreciate it, Josh. Thank you. Yeah, the planes that we're hearing, assuming they are military planes, you're not going to see those on flight radar. You're not going to see the Israeli and U.S. military assets. I mean, maybe you'll see some of them, but I mean, just for an example, I just looked right here. And there's literally nothing on flight radar at the Israel-Lebanon border. Just to prove it to you. This is flight radar. There's Tel Aviv. There's the Israel-Lebanon border here. Just nothing at all on Flight Radar 24. This is like 100 or more miles away, I think, up here. It's a significant distance away from the border. So you're just not going to be able to keep up with those, which makes sense. But there's a lot of planes. I mean, I know I keep saying it, but it's really noticeable. I pulled up Radar Box. It's the same thing. They're not on Radar Box either. AirNav Radar Box. Thanks so much, Trent, for your support. Thank you. Thanks also the Vladinator. Hey, thanks, Vladinator. I appreciate that. Nicole S. does not see anything happening tonight or this week. Mooks Williams says, fighters don't use their transponders, and any aircraft on a real mission doesn't either. Yes, I agree with the Deuterino. It does sound like we're hearing a drone as well. Bob the Bomb thinks flight radar is completely normal. Thank you, Boss Man, for your support. And Alp Sesufar, thanks for the gift memberships from Alp. Thank you, Alp. And thanks, Just Cars. Yes, a couple days ago, I think maybe yesterday, the New York Times had a report, which is unconfirmed, claiming that Russia was sending extra air defense to Iran. I can't confirm that, though. Thank you, Just Cars, for your support. N12 News Israel has an article today. They claim that in Iran and Lebanon, a coordinated attack is still being planned. They also claim that Israel is undergoing preparation for a preemptive attack and for counter-reaction after the attack if it occurs. Hey, thanks, Justin Woodward, for your kind words and your support. Justin Woodward, too. Thanks, Justin. And Allie B. from Tennessee. Thank you, Allie B. from Tennessee. Again, I just have a really hard time believing that Israel will launch a preemptive strike. It is potentially very escalatory. Happening here. Hold on a second here. Hang on. Having a little issue with my chat window here. Chat window again. Give me a moment here. I'm just opening up my chat. I gotta open up my chat window again. Between two of me. Here we go. There we go. Reflector BG says preemptive strike if the threat appears too much for their offensive. For their defenses, I'm sorry. Partridge says Israel would be insane for a preemptive strike and would lose U.S. support. I certainly think the U.S. would be very against a preemptive strike. I have to imagine the U.S. is upset with Iran carrying out that assassination in Tehran. With Israel carrying out that assassination in Tehran, when the U.S. has been really trying to get a Hamas-Israel Israel ceasefire. So I would agree with our viewer that if Israel started launching strikes on Hezbollah or Iran before they even responded, I would think the U.S. would not be happy with that. Medic James says, I don't think a preemptive strike is bad since Israel is just trying to protect its citizens. My point is, though, I understand what you're saying, but there are these, it might not be bad in that sense for them, but if it escalates things further, I think there's, first of all, it could very well make Iran and Iran's proxy forces like Hezbollah think to themselves, we need to do something even stronger now because they're just out of control. But also, I think it's like there are also these norms. So there are ways countries normally interact with each other and expect other countries to interact with them. And I do think that that is seen as something which would be like outside the norm in a very provocative way. And I don't know that the benefit would be so great to them. Remember, the benefit needs to be worth the cost. Yeah, Broku says they don't want bad optics. You know, and then if you're Israel and you start doing preemptive strikes on Hezbollah and Israel, Sorry, Hezbollah and Iran. Well, what's to stop Hezbollah then after that to say, hey, we're going to start launching preemptive strikes on Israel? Thanks, Evan, for your support. I appreciate that, Evan. Thank you. And Bass 300. Bass 300 thinks if Israel did indeed plant a device to get Haniyeh, I'm sure the same apparatus can surveil and sabotage whatever Iran and company are cooking up. That's what Bass 300 thinks. All right, hey, Tim Walz, I'm going to turn the volume on for a second. I am turning the volume on for like a minute or two. We're going to hear Tim Walz speak, his first appearance as vice presidential candidate. So we're going to turn the sound on for a minute or two. If you don't want to hear it, mute your sound.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you put in me, but maybe more so, thank you for bringing back the joy. I'm thrilled to be on this journey with you and Doug, this incredible journey. And Pennsylvania, I know you know this, but my God, what a treasure you have in Josh Shapiro. Holy hell, can this guy bring the fire? He can bring the fire. This is a visionary leader. Also, I have to tell you, everybody in America knows when you need a bridge fixed, call that guy. And I think sometimes we forget, and you see people a little one-dimensional, but seeing a guy who cares so deeply about his family, a man with compassion, vision, and I'll have to tell you this, I know this from experience, there is no one you would rather go to a Springsteen concert in Jersey with than him, than that guy. Bruce! And I can't wait for all of you and America to get to know my incredible wife, Gwen, a 29-year public school educator. Don't ever underestimate teachers. And our two beautiful kids, Hope and Gus. I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket and to help Vice President Harris become what we all know is very, very good for us to think about. Next President of the United States of America. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, Attorney General of the great state of California, a United States Senator, and Vice President of the United States. Vice President Harris has fought on the side of the American people. She took on the predators, she took on the fraudsters, she took down the transnational gangs, she stood up against powerful corporate interests, and she never hesitated to reach across the aisle if it meant improving people's lives. And I want all of you to hold this, and don't ever underestimate the power of this. She does it all with a sense of joy. I know a little something about that commitment to people. I was born in West Point, Nebraska. I lived in Butte, a small town of 400, where community was a way of life. Growing up, I spent the summers working on the family farm. My mom and dad taught us, show generosity towards your neighbors and work for a common good. My dad served in the Army during the Korean War. And with his encouragement, at 17, I joined the Army National Guard. For 24 years, I proudly wore the uniform of this nation. The National Guard gave me purpose. It gave me the strength of a shared commitment to something greater than ourselves. And just as it did for my dad and millions of others, the GI Bill gave me a shot at a college education. My dad was a teacher. My brothers and sisters and I followed in their footsteps. 3 out of 4 of us married teachers. What we do. For nearly 20 years, I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies and coaching football. Including winning that state championship. Thank you. Don't ever close the yearbook. Don't ever. But it was my students. They encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them, a commitment of common good, a belief that one person can make a difference. So in 2006, I took a leap and I ran for Congress. And because high school teachers are super optimistic, I was running in a district that had 1 Democrat since 1892. Well, my neighbors graced me with an opportunity to represent them in the United States House of Representatives. I'm proud of the work we did there together. I worked across the aisle on veterans issues, on agriculture, and on ways to grow rural economies. I learned the art of compromise without compromising my values. And now, as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I bring those experiences to bear in tackling the challenges that are facing our great state. Minnesota's strength comes from our values, our commitment to working together, to seeing past our differences, to always being willing to lend a helping hand. Those are.
All right, so I just wanted to show you guys the start of Tim Walz's remarks, speaking for the first time as the vice presidential pick for Kamala Harris. So I am sure you can find the rest of the event if you want to find it. I just wanted to bring you that, some of that. We're going to return to our Iran, Israel, Middle East focus right now, okay? But let me remove that for the moment. Okay. By the way, thanks to John Kaplan for your support, and Air Fryer, and Keith for your support. And Ja WD, thank you, Ja WD, who says, think Iran is waiting for permission for atomic test. I've gotten a number of questions about Iran nuclear stuff. No, Iran does not have nuclear weapons. I don't think they're thinking about using nuclear weapons, or they're not thinking about producing nuclear weapons right at this moment. There's just that Israel and the U.S. have vowed that Iran won't get nuclear weapons. So no, I would not think about this whole thing in terms of nuclear weapons. There's no sign that nuclear weapons are involved in this situation now in any way, shape, or form. So I would just not factor that into your thinking about this right now. Things would have to be enormously escalated and different for that to factor in. Yeah, guys, the latest thing people are doing is I think people are really overreacting to this report that I'm seeing on social media, where some people on social media are quoting N12 News as saying Israel is preparing for preemptive strikes. I mean, guys, just take a second and think about what the report actually says, and then also not just what it says, but just think about what it means. So I'll say it again, but everyone loves overreacting to reports. So just to be clear, because I went to N12 News, which is who originally said this. First of all, it's one outlet among many outlets. Not like every outlet is reporting this. Second of all, what they said is, I haven't read all of their reporting, but in one story I'm reading from today, they said, hang on a second here. They said, preparation in Israel also for a preemptive attack. Well, just because Israel is preparing to possibly do something doesn't mean they're going to do it. Even if Israel doesn't want to do a preemptive attack, it's probably smart to make preparations. If maybe you'll notice Iran and Hezbollah setting something up and you're like, whoa, that's different than what we thought was coming. So I don't think it's huge news to say they're preparing for such a thing. Certainly there's nothing in the report that I saw that says it'll definitely happen. It says in the article I'm reading from N12 right now, it says, in Israel they are even preparing for a preemptive strike. If they detect such a preparation against Israel, they will not wait for launches from Iran and Lebanon. So, it just, and like I also said, there are really good reasons for Israel to not want to do that. So what happens is somebody posts about this report on social media, they leave out context, and then we have lots of people running around saying, did you hear the news? Israel is launching a preemptive attack. No, that's not what the report says. So please just be careful with this social media stuff. Everybody wants to, a lot of the reports you see, they lack context, and you just shouldn't overreact to this stuff. Jesse Sensor says it's psychological warfare. Something else I said is that could be just something the Israeli government puts out there because it benefits Israel if Iran and Hezbollah don't know what Israel's plans are. But I can see it. I see it happen. There's one or two accounts post something and just everyone latches onto it. And then it's just constant everybody repeating this like it's the truth rather than treating it like it should be treated based on all of the factors I just mentioned. Sharkingly says good strategy keeps them on the defensive. Thank you, Russell Bach. Russell says, I wonder what those jets are doing tonight. I haven't heard them all week. Yep. We haven't been hearing them all week. We've heard a lot of planes tonight. We continue to. I'm just checking for some updates here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Thank you also, Lincoln Bevers. Thank you, Lincoln, for your support. I appreciate that. And Sunflower. And John Kaplan. Lincoln wants a poll on whether Israel will take preemptive action. Well, you know my opinion on this. But we haven't done a poll in a while, so we'll do a poll. I'll show you what the YouTube viewers say. "43% of our YouTube viewers think Israel will launch a preemptive strike on Iran or Hezbollah. 57% say no. And then over there on Twitch, we have on Twitch, it's 26% yes, 72% no. Thank you for voting in the poll. Barr thinks it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. Checking some of the messages people have been sending me, trying to catch up here. Thank you for voting in the poll. FG Senjoyer says, why do you think Iran will attack today or tonight? Well, I never said that. So anyways, you must have misheard me because I never said it. Iran has a big OIC meeting on Wednesday, says FG Senjoyer. There is no way they will attack before that meeting. That's what FG Senjoyer said. What FG is talking about is I'll tell you in a second. Radio Free Europe reports that Iran and Pakistan called an emergency meeting of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation including discussions on the crimes of the Israeli occupation and the assassination of Haniyeh. Will Iran feel like it should wait until after that meeting to respond to Israel? That I do not know. Both Iran and Hezbollah? Maybe, maybe not. That meeting is supposed to happen tomorrow. The Radio Free Europe says the OIC, which represents 57 Islamic countries, sees itself as the voice of the Muslim world. Thank you to Katya T for your support. Stacy says, do you think Iran is holding out for the best deal to not retaliate? No, because I think Iran really wants to deter Israel from doing things in the future like assassinating important officials who Iran has invited to their country in Tehran. I think that Iran genuinely wants to deter Israel from this behavior in the future. So, settling for some kind of deal to not attack them, I do not think would to deter Israel in the future. I might be wrong about that, but I do think deterrence is their concern. Just my opinion, Stacy. Thanks for your support. Feel free to disagree. As I've said, I think people may not. You have to think about what happened last week. Within hours, Israel assassinated one of the founding members and top commander, a person who's one of the top people in Hezbollah, which is an Iran-backed group, and furthermore did it in the suburb of Beirut. And then, just hours later, Israel killed the political leader of Hamas while he was visiting the capital of Iran as a guest of Iran, being there for Iran's presidential inauguration, staying in a government building. So just think of the country you live in, and if another country did that to your country, don't you think your country's government would say, like, we need to do something about this? Turn It Off says, Israel slapped Iran in front of everyone twice. Thank you, Liquid Electrum. You know, I know there are some times when you're like, oh, this happened and Iran says it's going to respond, but they're just being threatening and they just want to look like they're doing something. I don't think that's one of those times. This is one of those times. Boldly Go thinks if Iran does attack, Israel and U.S. will counter and hurt them more. Russell wonders if Iran is waiting for perfect weather. I don't know how weather factors into all of this. That I do not know. Thank you so much, Russell Bach, for your support. Also, Robin Skeety. Robin thinks it won't happen till the 19th of August. Robin thinks it's going to be 2 more weeks. Robinsky T thinks it's going to be 2 more weeks. Thank you, Katya T, and thank you again, Stacy, and thank you, Zanti Misfit. Does Iran possess chemical weapons? I mean, I don't think they would ever use them in this situation. Again, that's one of those things where I don't factor that in at all into this situation because it'd be so provocative to use them. But I wouldn't be surprised if they had them. So it's just as an academic exercise, we can look up. I would have to Google it and see. Columbia University has an article that I just looked up from 1998 that said, that talks about Iran having chemical weapons. I would just have to look it up, but that's not something they would consider using in this kind of situation. The bad things that would happen to the country, the negatives of using it, would have to be outweighed by the positives. And there are such huge negatives. Now, there's a Wikipedia article that says Iran is not known to currently possess weapons of mass destruction and has signed treaties repudiating the possession of weapons of mass destruction. So I don't know. Maybe they had them in the past and don't have them now. I do not know. But again, I don't want to get all on. It's an interesting factual question whether they have chemical weapons. I don't think it's at all relevant to this situation. So I don't want to get into talking about it here. But I do think it's an interesting question. But I will cut off my exploration of it here because I don't think it's relevant to the current situation. I would encourage you to do research on it if you are interested in that question. Oh, I was going to mention this story that came out that was Iran related today, which is hang on. The Justice Department of the U.S. said Pakistani national with ties to Iran charged in connection with foiled plot to assassinate a politician or a U.S. government official. I want to read you a little of what they said, the U.S. Justice Department. They said that this person, Asif Merchant, 46, was scheming to assassinate a politician or U.S. government official on U.S. soil. They said he is from Pakistan with close ties to Iran. They said he orchestrated a plot to assassinate a politician or U.S. government official on U.S. soil in approximately April 2024. After spending time in Iran, Merchant arrived in the United States from Pakistan and contacted a person he believed could assist him in the scheme. That person reported Merchant's conduct to law enforcement and became a confidential source. In early June of this year, Merchant met the confidential source in New York and explained the assassination plot. Merchant told the confidential source that the opportunity he had for the confidential source was not a one-time opportunity and would be ongoing. Merchant then made a finger gun motion with his hand, indicating that the opportunity was related to a killing. Merchant further stated that the intended victims would be targeted here, meaning in the United States. Merchant instructed the confidential source to arrange meetings with individuals whom Merchant could hire to carry out these actions. Merchant explained his plot involved multiple criminal schemes: 1, stealing documents or USB drives from a target's home; 2, planning a protest; and 3, killing a politician or government official. At that meeting, Merchant began planning potential assassination scenarios and quizzed the confidential source on how he would kill a target in the various scenarios. Specifically, Merchant asked the confidential source to explain how a target would die in different scenarios. Merchant told the confidential source that there would be security all around the person. Merchant stated the assassination would occur after he left the United States, and he would communicate with the confidential source from overseas using code words. The confidential source asked whether Merchant had spoken to the unidentified party back home with whom Merchant was working. Merchant responded he had, and that the party back home had told him to finalize the plan and leave the United States. In mid-June, says the Department of Justice, that's just a couple months ago, Merchant met with the purported hitmen who were in fact undercover U.S. law enforcement officers in New York. Merchant advised the undercover officers, he was looking for 3 services from them: theft of documents, arranging protests at political rallies, and for them to kill a political person. Merchant said the hitmen would receive instructions on who to kill, the last week of August or the first week of September, after Merchant had left the United States. Merchant then began arranging means to obtain $5,000 in cash to pay the undercover officers as an advance payment for the assassination, which he eventually received with assistance from an individual overseas. On June 21st, Merchant met with the undercover officers in New York and paid them the $5,000 advance. After Merchant paid the $5,000 to the undercover officers, one of the undercover officers stated, "Now we're bonded," to which Merchant responded, "Yes." The undercover officer then stated, "Now we know we're going forward. We're doing this," to which Merchant responded, "Yes, absolutely." Merchant subsequently made flight arrangements and planned to leave the U.S. on Friday, July 12th. On July 12th, law enforcement officers placed him under arrest before he could leave the country. He has stated that he has a wife and children in Iran and a wife and children in Pakistan. I will post a link to that press release from the Justice Department in the chat right now. There's actually a criminal complaint attached to it that you can see too, with more details. I'll post a link to that too. Lazy says, glad he was caught. But it's like a 14-page criminal complaint with details about the plot from the Justice Department. They have pictures of the $5,000. In the criminal complaint, there is a picture of the $5,000 that Merchant allegedly handed over to the undercover officers. Anyways, if you want, you can read that document. Thanks so much, Evan, for the gift memberships. Evan, I am in the Massachusetts. I am located in Massachusetts, Boston area. Thank you so much, Evan. That's very kind of you. Stephen Nava, thanks as well. Why didn't I mention who the politician was? Maybe it says it in the criminal complaint. It did not say it in the press release. So I didn't mention who the politician was because literally the document I was reading did not say. That is why I did not mention it. I don't even know if I don't even know if anybody else had that information. But like I'm looking at news stories about it and it just says AP, Pakistani man with ties to Iran is charged in plot to carry out political assassinations. So I don't even know if that information is in the criminal complaint. Anyway, it had an Iran angle, so I figured I'd read it. It's 2:10 a.m. now. King Machiavelli says, I don't think anything is going to happen today. Hey, thanks, Relila, for the gift sub, by the way. Lord Smoo says the document states the undercover officer was to receive the name of the person after he left the country. He never left the country in the first place. Nobody will find out who the target was. I mean, maybe the government has more information about that that's not in those documents. I don't know. As I said a couple days ago, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised for stuff to happen at any time, especially if Iran and Hezbollah and whoever else are talking about doing some multiple phase thing. Hey, Sean TV, that is extremely generous of you. Thank you, Sean. That's so nice of you. Big thanks to Sean TV. Sean is a great supporter of the channel. Thank you, Sean. That's really nice of you. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. And thank you, Air Fryer, as well. Yeah, the reason we cover this is like, I mean, it could happen at any time. Something's going to happen at some point. So I think it's obviously a really important world event. And so we're covering it. But the nature of it is we don't know exactly when things are going to happen. It's just the nature of the event. I'm just checking here for different different updates for you. Les Bowman says on the left side of the screen, 3 dots keep coming in and out. Is it stars? I don't know. I mean, there may be something with the camera that I don't, that you can see stuff periodically and then can't. So I'm not sure what it is. If you mean this stuff here, I'm not sure. I mean, if it's in the distance, maybe it's really in the distance or something. I just don't know. Maybe there's some natural phenomena explaining why distant lights would come in and out or something, would show and then not show. Rocky Coast says it's aliens. Amfeta says, this makes you want something to happen so that your time isn't wasted, but I don't want anything to happen. Oh, I have a new Tel Aviv shot. Wow. I got a new Tel Aviv shot, guys. I'm going to show you this for a second. We'll keep it here in case we need it. That's Tel Aviv. Look at that. That's a shot from Tel Aviv. Now, that's 2 different Tel Aviv shots on the screen right now. But that's a new Reuters one there. They come in and out. You get them for a while, and then they go away and stuff. But anyways, it's good to know we have it. Good to know we have it. I want to keep one up from the border. I mean, the AFP one is nice too from Tel Aviv. That's this one up here, which I have sitting up here. So, something happens in Tel Aviv. We have a couple cameras there right now, but for the moment, I'm going to keep the focus on the border area there. Thank you so much to Robert Twidwell for the gift memberships. Thank you, Robert. And the Silver Sergeant for the gift membership. So nice of you. And Geraldine Carstensen for the gift memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a gift membership. Thank you. Also, Kadosh7. Thank you so much, Kadosh7. And Adrian R., our new member. Thank you. Darko Politics, it thinks it might happen on Friday or around then. Nobody knows. There could be something smaller that happens first and then something more later. We just don't know. Hang on a moment here. The Washington Post reports today that that White House officials were surprised and outraged when Israel assassinated the Hamas leader Haniyeh when he was visiting Tehran. And a big reason for that was because the U.S. had been putting all of this effort and time into making a ceasefire happen between Hamas and Israel. So I mean, I can't say for sure if they're accurate, but that would make sense to me. The Washington Post also claims that Israel told the U.S. immediately after Haniyeh's killing that it had done it. But I would be shocked if Israel had mentioned it to the U.S. beforehand. Something else the Washington Post says is that Israel has repeatedly launched strikes on Hezbollah and Iranian commanders without first informing the U.S., enraging Biden officials and the president himself. So, I mean, it makes sense to me that, I think I've said this, probably said it last week, but it makes sense to me that Biden and the U.S. government would be very upset about this assassination. The local time is right there, 2:24 a.m. Harper Ann says Netanyahu doesn't care. Crystal Coder says those jets are really making their rounds today. Thunder MTA thinks Iran will blow up an empty building and call it retaliation for strike. Oh, you're talking about the U.S., about the strike on the Iraqi base. It's a strike you're talking about U.S. retaliation for the strike, the rocket attack on a base in Iraq yesterday, which a number of soldiers were hurt. I don't know that we'll actually see a specific retaliation for that in itself. I don't know. We haven't heard the U.S. government say they're definitely going to do some retaliation for that. Boldly Go 100 thinks there was never going to be a ceasefire deal. Melissa Terry says, I agree, it was terrible timing for us, the assassination. Thank you, Evan, for your support. Evan says, how likely is it that Iran has a dirty bomb? That is not my area of expertise. I found a 2022 article by AEI that says Iran could build a dirty bomb today. I do not know. There's an article from The Atlantic on May 26th that says, what if Iran already has the bomb? So again, the world consensus is that they do not have nuclear weapons. But in terms of the specifics like WMD stuff, I just, that's not really my field. I can't really give you good answers to these things. Department of Homeland Security says a dirty bomb is one type of type of radiological dispersal device that uses conventional explosion to disperse radioactive material over a targeted area. It is not a nuclear bomb. Department of Homeland Security also says it is very difficult to design a radiological dispersal device that would deliver radiation doses high enough to cause immediate health effects or fatalities in a large number of people. Anyways, if you want to know more about dirty bombs, again, it's a bit off topic, and I'm not going to get all into it now, but I found a kind of a neat fact sheet about dirty bombs from the Department of Homeland Security. So I'll post it in the chat, and you can look at it. DHS dirty bomb fact sheet, and I'm posting it in the chat. But I will repeat, something like a dirty bomb, it's the same as the chemical weapons, it's the same as nuclear stuff. There would be such a negative to any country or non-state actor using those things that it would, especially, let's just talk about countries, or Hezbollah, which is a political party in Lebanon and militant group. I know people like to speculate about these things, but there would be such a negative to using it that there would have to be such a compelling reason to use it. Like you think your country is at the threat of not existing. So again, people like to speculate about these things, but a country is just not going to do it. There would have to be some huge reason for them to use something like this because there's such a negative to using it. Mark Sullivan thinks it would mean regime change. You would be, I don't know exactly what the reaction would be, but you'd risk like not even having your allies be your allies anymore. Yeah, so Bruce Hodge says Russia and China would drop support. So again, you're not going to see, at the current stage of things, nobody's going to be using chemical weapons or nuclear weapons or a dirty bomb or anything like that. Yes, last resort, as Mr. Showtime says. Oh, let me see. I might have gotten something here. Hold on a second here. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works here. Ooh, sorry. here. Okay, is this going to work? Let's see. Why is this not working? Oh. So, people who watch on Twitch, our Twitch subscribers, as I mentioned earlier, we have a new emote for our YouTube members called Poll, which is the poll emoji, and I just uploaded to Twitch. So I think Twitch subscribers should now have access to the poll emote as well. So some Twitch subscribers can check and see if it's there. It's not there? Does it? Maybe do they have to approve it? Does Twitch have to approve it? Because I uploaded it. Jackson22 just posted it. Now I'm seeing people post it in the Twitch chat. It is there. There it is. We have the poll emote. Yeah, it's the check mark. Shaggy says, all I got is yogurt. I don't know why you don't have more, Shaggy. They should. Everybody else has it. Now, why is it, though, I see people posting it who are not subscribers? Isn't it supposed to be a subscriber feature? I'm so confused. Sir Checks-a-Lot just posted it. Are other people just cutting it and pasting it? How is that happening? Did I upload it wrong? Oh, you can unlock random remotes with channel points, people are saying. You can buy them with channel points. Okay, so people who aren't subscribers can get it with channel points. I got it. Anyways, it's clearly there. Clearly is there because enough people are using it. So anyways, happy to bring you another remote based on a viewer suggestion. Oh, thanks to Melancholy Rhyme for subscribing with Prime. And thanks Slang and Rock for gigantifying the new emote. And thanks also BWaiter73 for subscribing. Also, David Belanger from Worcester, Mass., thank you so much for your support. And La Purita Moana, thanks for being a member. And Kat Yati. I think Kat Yati, I would have to go back and look, but I think maybe in the horizon is like a mountain or something, maybe, or some mountains. So Lebanon is not in the dark. Yeah, there's no blackout in Lebanon. I just think the reason it looks dark back there might be because of the landscape. Thanks also Mountain Man for the gift membership. Jax Haku says, Steve never reads any of my messages. Oh, and thanks so much, Mark Sullivan, for the gift memberships. People are very nice giving gift memberships to others. Thank you, Mark. Kenneth Freeman thinks the U.S. wants this war and has been doing everything it can to provoke it. Kenneth says, we knew what the Israelis were going to do. It's why assets were being moved well in advance. It's why Netanyahu was here. You don't send naval fleets and hundreds of fighters at a moment's notice. Now, playing devil's advocate, Kenneth Freeman, the U.S. has had assets in the area because of the hostilities in Hamas, with the hostilities between Israel and Hamas and Gaza, and concerns that Israel could be subject to attacks by Iran and its proxy forces. Just to play devil's advocate. But Kenneth thinks the U.S. wants the war. That's what Kenneth thinks. Now, to be clear, also the consistent position of the Biden administration has been that they don't want a war. In our viewer info live says, if Israel reaches an agreement with Hamas like a ceasefire, Iran will avoid retaliation and claim Israel has reached an agreement thanks to Iran's military pressure. Our ideal exit for Iran to avoid retaliation, avoiding their own destruction. Iran might even be pressuring for a ceasefire. So info live, our viewer, thinks Iran is secretly trying to get a ceasefire deal instead of responding. That is Info Live's theory. That would certainly be quite an interesting turn of events. However, our viewer Matthias says, I don't think so. They killed Haniyeh in Tehran. Thank you so much, Priority One. I appreciate your support. And Natalie Perkowski for the gift member, for being a new member, Natalie Perkowski. And our new member, Donnie Biederman. Thank you, Donnie. Also, Emilio1213, thanks for the on-screen celebration with the Ducks, Emilio1213. And Harry Gersag. Thank you, Harry, for subscribing on Twitch, and Divine Empire. And thanks, Frylock OG, for your support on Twitch. And LB Prairie Dawn. And Dusty Mercies, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Just a reminder, we do have this other view of the border. That's Tel Aviv, which is lovely. It's a lovely view, but I want to keep the focus on the, is it this one? On the border with Lebanon. We have a different shot of the border with Lebanon. The feeds are from Reuters and AFP, but that's the other. Sorry, that's the other shot we have of the border. So we can check that out if we need to. But I am sticking with this one for now. This is the eastern part of the border with Lebanon. Huge thanks to our moderators, too. Sabrina moderating. AJ. Ruth Krafasi. Over there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Our Twitch moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And we've had a bunch of moderators over there on Facebook, like K. Larry Body, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson. I feel like I'm missing people who are there right now. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone. Raven Lynn, thank you. And thanks Xander Hatmaker. And Clean 937 Samuel. Or Samuel. And Pixel Panda, who says, U.S. does not want war already involved in Ukraine. And thanks Robert R. for your support. Robert R. It is 2:44 a.m. I'm going to have some food soon. I'm going to need some food soon. Haven't eaten. Thank you, Shaft, for the gift memberships, by the way. Also, thank you, Christopher Walker. Christopher Walker thinks the most likely scenario is a ceasefire with Iran taking credit. This is a best-case scenario, but Christopher thinks it's the most plausible scenario. That's what Christopher thinks. Thank you so much, Christopher. Hey, thanks, Soulstar. I haven't heard. I follow a lot of like Israeli sources and stuff, and I haven't heard of any reliable reports of Israeli forces doing strikes in Syria. I mean, it happens regularly. Israel regularly targets. They really regularly attacks targets in Syria, specifically ones affiliated with Iran. So that wouldn't be out of the ordinary, but I have not been seeing those reports myself. So I'll certainly keep an eye out. Thank you so much to Soulstar. Cat Sea Healer thinks Christopher is an optimist, thinking that this will end with a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. Yeah, I'm going to put some food in the air fryer in a second. Oh, by the way, I saw this. Insta News Alerts, who I follow, posted about this. At Insta, INSTA News Alerts, all one word. Jerusalem Post says, Tel Aviv prepares for attack. Rescue units sent to city by Home Front Command. The IDF Home Front Command moved the search and rescue forces of the Ram Battalion, the rescue battalion, to Tel Aviv as preparation for a potential Iranian Hezbollah attack. They are meant to respond in the case of building collapses and other destruction. And other cities have, the IDF has also deployed search and rescue battalions to other cities, says the Jerusalem Post. Interesting. Which is, I mean, that doesn't mean they have airtight intelligence that cities will be attacked. It's probably a prudent preparation to do. Oh, there's that howling. One of our viewers thought that was jackals, which according to Wikipedia are in that part of the world. There you go. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Hey, thanks to Blue Ridge 28. Thank you, Blue Ridge. Here's what I'm going to do right now. I personally want to take 5 minutes and put some stuff in the air fryer. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put some stuff in the air fryer. So, and then come back. Because we've been on, I didn't even realize, we've been on over 6 hours today. I did not even realize that. So, what I'm going to do is just do this. You'll see what I'm going to do in a second. Oops, that should say 5 minutes. Oh, thank you to Robert R. Shoigu visited Iran. Russian official Sergei Shoigu visited Iran yesterday. We talked about that on yesterday's stream a couple times. Robert says, I think the timing of his visit could be linked to Iran's expected military attack. Yeah, I certainly don't think it was a coincidence that Shoigu visited, that Shoigu visited Iran yesterday, whether as a visible show of support from Iran, from Russia towards Iran, or maybe they were actually talking about certain sensitive issues. I'm not sure, but maybe we'll talk about that more when I get back. But yeah, we talked about that a couple times yesterday. Thank you so much, Robert R. That's really nice of you. And then the New York Times has a report claiming that Russia is supplying Iran with air defense stuff, but I don't know if that's true. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to come back in 5 minutes. I'm going to put some food in the air fryer. I'm leaving the feeds up, so I'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. I am back. I put food in the air fryer, making some food as we bring you continuous coverage. It is 3 a.m., guys. 3 a.m. Israel time. No response yet from Iran or Hezbollah. So we continue to wait to see what will happen. Thank you to Air Fryer for your support. Hang on 1 second. Give me 1 second. Lot of planes tonight. Lot of planes. Why is this not working? So once again, we're planning to go till daylight again today. We will be here. Hey, thanks to Geraldine Friedrich. Thank you, Geraldine. And also to Air Fryer. Thank you. There haven't been like merely the last few hours even like big updates. But we will keep you posted. Oh, and thank you, Anonymous Nobody, for the gift membership. So nice of you, Anonymous Nobody. I was just reminded by Moshe Schwartz's post that it's now over a week since both assassinations. So the assassination of Haniyeh, Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas leader in Tehran, was around 2 a.m. last Wednesday, local time. So it has now been over a week. And then the assassination by Israel of Fuad Shukr, the Hezbollah commander, was last Tuesday. Do I know anything about flight radar Rod 40 circling at Israel-Jordan border? Again, my standard response to flight radar questions is, I am not a flight radar expert. I don't know anything. I don't know about what's normally there. So I generally will not spend time looking at that stuff because I don't know what's there and I don't know what's normally there. And if I follow lots of people who are flight radar experts and know what's normally there, and if something strange is going on, they will point it out. I just want to avoid a situation where I'm spending lots of time. We don't have the camera up. I have flight radar on the screen. I have no idea what I'm talking about. And I spend time talking about something which is actually normal or has a harmless explanation. So it's not using the program. It's knowing what's normally there. I can clearly use the program, as I know many of you can. And I want to have this up. I want to have the live shut up as much as possible. Yeah, just to be clear, what our viewer was talking about, and again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it because I get nervous when we don't have the live camera on. The live shots are up for a reason. So really quickly, I'll mention this quickly. If you go to Flight Radar 24, you can see between Israel and Jordan in this area here, it's a Jordanian Air Force plane that's making circles. For all I know, that kind of plane flies all the time in that area. I just know nothing about it. I can't say anything intelligence about it. So it's there. If you want to go to flightradar24.com, you can look at it. You know, I couldn't know less about it. But I will say, if it were something that was like, oh, that really is rare, and like that suggests something is going to happen, there's plenty of accounts I follow who would be saying that right now, and nobody is talking about it. Oh, you know what? Give me about 15 seconds. Give me about 50. So I appreciate the question, but unfortunately, I can't really tell you anything about it. Give me about 15 seconds here. Hang on a second. Screen Door thinks it's an up-armored crop duster and it was up a couple days ago. Maybe it's there for observational purposes. Greg Swindle says there are recon and support versions. Flacco says that plane was flying the other day in the same spot. I was watching it. That's what Flacco said. Entropy says, I was trying to make sure it cannot be a threat to Israel. Hey, thanks to our new member, DST is Artificial. Thanks also to PA Outdoors for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thanks to those gift memberships, PA Outdoors, and for becoming a member. By the way, if you know, I do have an X account, my X account at Lookner, where like news updates that happen during the day, I will post on my X account in addition to talking about them here. So if you're looking to like catch up on stuff, you can check out my X account and just scroll down, and you'll probably see a lot of the stuff we've mentioned. Not all of it, but a bunch of it. Our viewer Dan Cruz 2 says, I felt like something was going to happen today, in my opinion. Looks like I might be wrong. Again, I would not be surprised about something happen at any time. And look, it might not be one big attack. It might be several different things. So really, stuff could happen at any time. We just don't know. Thanks to our member, Adam. But I am constantly checking, usually when I'm not saying anything, I'm checking various sources. We had some rocket alerts earlier tonight, but really nothing much during the evening. C. Johnston believes that plane we were looking at is a Border Patrol aircraft in the Jordanian Air Force. Oh, I don't even know if that's the same one. C. Johnston might have been talking about a different plane. So I take it back. By the way, there still are planes landing at Tel Aviv Airport. That's Flight Radar 24 there. These two planes are about to land at Tel Aviv Airport. So at the moment, they're certainly okay. That flight is going to take off from Tel Aviv Airport. So Israel has not shut down Tel Aviv Airport. And then this plane's about to land in Amman, Jordan, that one from Detroit to Amman, Jordan. So those airports are still functioning fine. Another plane just took off from Amman, Jordan. Carol says, I wonder how well Iran, Hezbollah, and Houthis will be able to coordinate their efforts with no central command structure. Jakku says, how would they know when an attack is coming? So I don't know if there are scenarios where Iran could launch a significant attack or their proxies and Israel would not know it's coming. It's a good question. Maybe there's just surveillance they do where they can tell when there's certain equipment out there or whatever that, oh, it's about to happen. Or intelligence they have. That I don't know. Bones says the U.S. gave planes that look like crop dusters to Israel to use as reconnaissance. Yes, and just to be clear, the aircraft that you were looking at on Flight Radar 24, this aircraft right here, which is flying in circles around Israel and Jordan, or maybe over Jordanian airspace, because it's a Jordan aircraft. If you look, it says it's a Air Tractor AT-802U Skywarden. And I looked that up, and according to Wikipedia, that kind of plane is a American-made light attack / armed reconnaissance aircraft. It was originally developed from an agricultural aircraft, but it's for light attack and armed reconnaissance. The U.S. Air Force uses them. It says it has armament. I guess maybe that's armor. No, because on Wikipedia it says armament, and then it says hard points, 2 center line and 8 wing. A hard point is a mounting position. Oh, I see. So it says armament, and it has 10 mounting positions. So I guess you can put stuff onto it. Anyways. You can look it up if you want. Air Tractor 802 AT 802U Sky Warden. I gotta eat in a second. So I'm gonna take a little break and leave the footage up. Oh, Billy Bean passed away. That's sad. Wow. I did not know that. If I remember correctly, Billy Bean, like the movie Moneyball, was about Billy Bean. Oh, it's not Billy Bean from Moneyball? Oh, okay. I just saw former Major League player Billy Bean. Oh, it's not Billy Bean from Moneyball. I guess people are saying. Different Billy Bean. Okay. I just saw it on Posted, and I was like, wow, I didn't hear that. I mean, I'm sad he passed away anyway. Ah, Billy Bean with the E is Moneyball, people are saying. Okay. Yes. Billy Bean with the B-E-A-N-E, as our viewer said, is Moneyball, Billy Bean. The Billy Bean who passed away was also a Major League player, and kind of a similar age to Billy Bean with an E. Billy Bean with an E is 62. The Billy Bean without an E who passed away is 60. So they are a similar age, and this Billy Bean who passed away played from 1987 to 1995, off and on in the major leagues. And he was he worked for the MLB now, an MLB vice president, senior vice president. Anyways, so I apologize for my mix-up. Thank you for the correction. Again, condolences. And also, he was the yes. So AP says he was the second openly gay ex-MLB player, and he worked in the commissioner's office. So again, condolences to his family. He was 60 years old. He died of leukemia, apparently. All right, I need to go eat something so we can stay on the air after I eat. But I haven't eaten, so let me go do that. And we're going to do more coverage. I'm going to leave the footage up. I will be watching the footage and keeping an eye on it while I'm eating. If there's some kind of big news, I will stop eating immediately and run back in here. Okay. Otherwise, I'll come in after I eat. By the way, thank you to Zonti Misfit in PA Outdoors. Just have the regular stuff in the air fryer tonight. But let me just go do that right now. And again, if I have any updates, if there's any big news happening while I'm eating, I'll drop my food and run back in here. Okay, so hold on a second here. Okay. By the way, thanks to all of our moderators who are here with us in the chat rooms. So give me a few minutes to eat, and I will be back after I eat or before if there's bigger news. Also, I gotta take out my headphones, but you might see things pause for like 2 seconds when I take my headphones out. Oh, let me just put the up on the screen here that I'm eating. Okay, here, we'll do it like this. Steve is eating, he'll be back shortly. All right. I'll be back shortly. Thank you for your patience. We are back. I am back. You guys were here. Let me put my headphones on. Oh, the one thing is I'm hearing two of me. I need one more second. Hang on. All right, I think we're good. Hang on one second here. Yes, I was listening. I heard some of you guys in the chat mentioned it in the chat. There were like a couple booms. I don't know if it was like gunshots or something. I don't know what it was. Oops, hold on a second here. Hang on. Testing 1, 2. You can hear me. Why am I not hearing the sound? What happened to the sound? You guys are hearing me correctly? Yes? Did we lose the audio from that broadcast? Let's see. Hang on. Yeah, so you're hearing me. So for whatever reason, are you guys hearing the sound from the video? Because I'm not hearing the sound from the video. Oh, now I do. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're back. Everything is good. We're good. We're all good. I was like, something doesn't seem right. Oh, that's something with the video. Oh, maybe the video is having an issue. Yes. So what's happening right now is it's an issue with the video. It's not on my end. Now, we have other camera angles. This video, which you're watching, is having an issue. I have other camera angles, but that's what it is. That's why you're not hearing the sound. So what I'm going to do for the moment is do this. It looks like the other one's better now. Well, we'll leave it on this one. The Tel Aviv camera is there. You can see the Tel Aviv camera. It's just smaller on the top. Aussie Striker thinks that the booms we heard might have been sonic booms. Hang on a second here. So if somebody, oh yeah, so Andrews Industries posted, I can replay the sound that was on before because Andrews Industries gave me a time code. I'll do that now. What is it here? Hang on a minute. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replay something from before. I'll replay the sound from before. We'll replay it right now. All right, so I'm gonna replay this. I'm replaying this now from before. Let's listen to that sound if we can hear it. Hang on. I'll turn this one off. Let's listen to this. Yes. So that was one of them, and then I know there were a couple more of those at some point. I think coming up right here. Yeah, I mean, it sounds. Is it like artillery or something? I don't know, but that was like 20 minutes ago. I don't know. Some people think it was a sonic boom. I'll play it again. I'll play it again. There's two of them. Oh. Anyways, there were a few of those that happened, so I haven't heard one in a while now. Hold on. Excuse me. Sorry, I sneezed again. I sneezed again. Sneezing time today. Thank you. Anyways, I just wanted to play those for you guys. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. Armchair thought it sounded like cannon of some sort. No, I don't think that was an Iron Dome interception. There were no rocket alerts. Excuse me. Okay, so anyways, you heard that. If you want to go back and listen to it, as one of our viewers nicely figured out, you can go to 3:46:58 on the clock in the top left. If you go to 3:46:58 and you let it play, you'll hear two of them. So you can rewind the broadcast and check that out. I was checking to see if the Institute for the Study of War had put out an Iran update today yet, but they have not so far. So it is, hang on. So it is 4:11 a.m. It is Wednesday morning Israel time. It is over a week since the 2 assassinations which led to this situation, both apparently by Israel. The assassination of the Hamas leader Haniyeh in Iran a little over a week ago, last Wednesday, and then last Tuesday, the assassination of a top commander in Hezbollah in Beirut. So now we are just, I mean, Iran has said they are going to respond. Hezbollah has said they're going to respond. And we just don't know when or what that will be. Oh, a quick thank you to Princess Teapot for your support. I appreciate that, Princess Teapot. Thank you. Let me shout out our moderators who are here with us. Oh, by the way, thank you to Carvo34 on Twitch for your support. Carvo34 and Rick1111. So really appreciate our moderators. We have right now on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fired, McBritches, Sarah Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body has been moderating for us on Facebook. Charlotte Webb, Ronald Egnor, and Raven Lynn. Oh, you know what? Hang on a second here. Paul Anderson, all of our Twitch mods, thank you. Sorry, all of our Facebook mods, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry over there on X. And also our YouTube moderators like Ruth Krafasi, AJ, and all of our other YouTube moderators over there. Thanks so much for modding. I really appreciate all of our moderators. That's the why we can have chat rooms. ZZ Fly says this is a waiting game. It's crazy. I mean, in retrospect, look, I would not have been surprised at if something happened 3 or 4 days ago, but when you think now, like, oh, nothing even happened so far now. So look, I wouldn't be surprised if something happened in 5 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if something happened in a week. Joseph Post says, hope they are not waiting until we are not expecting it. Look, I mean, maybe the thinking is, you know, make them suffer. I mean, the Hezbollah leader today said that the waiting is part of the punishment. Harper Ann says, gave up guessing. Carvo says, or they're all talk. Knight O says, why would they attack when you expect it? Well, I mean, you could argue by that token they should wait a year, but at a certain point, you want to respond to what happened and have that, and show you are responding to what happened. So there is a reason to, not wait a huge amount of time. I mean, they might still, there's one Israeli outlet claims that they're still, I think it was N12 says they're still figuring out how they want to respond. So they might not even know what they want to do yet. So I don't, there's all kinds of reasons. You just don't know, though. Guys, I hate to say this. People keep talking about the flight radar. Yes, there is a Russian plane on, it's not even there anymore. There was a Russian plane on the flight radar, but no one I follow who would know about that kind of thing is saying that that is something out of the ordinary, that is something which signifies anything. So people keep talking about the flight radar. Again, I'm aware there was a Russian plane there, but I'll just say it for the umpteenth time. I don't know what normally flies where. I follow lots of accounts that do. If there's something on the flight radar that's amiss, that's really new, that's really unusual, the people I follow will post about it, and I will certainly discuss it with you. There was a Russian plane on there a little while ago, but I don't know what it was doing, and I couldn't have less information about what it was doing. So I will certainly let you know if, believe me, if I hear about stuff going on from one of the people I follow who really knows about that stuff, I will certainly let you know. But a lot of stuff you might see on the flight radar and be like, whoa, what's that? It might be something that if you sat there every single day and watched it, you'd say, oh, wait, that happens like very often. Anyways, that plane is no longer there. It was there before and it's no longer there now. Thank you also to Marco SRBA02. Marco thinks the preparations of Iran and proxy forces will surprise Israel. I don't expect anything like similar like last time, which is a bad sign for the world, says Marco. Thank you, Marco. I really appreciate that. Look, I certainly think that you might see something quite different that you don't expect, because hold on a second here. Marco's in Serbia. Thanks for watching from Serbia, Marco. The April attack by Iran on Israel didn't work that well, just firing a bunch of rockets and missiles. A bunch of missiles and drones. Now, they certainly could fire things from closer by, but maybe they try to do something different. Maybe they really try to do something that's different from what's being expected. So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw something different. Put it that way. So Marco also points out that they could be taking their time trying to figure out what to do. Thank you, Marco. I appreciate it. No, I certainly wouldn't say we definitely know what's going to happen. I'm Darkfire says, what if the goal is an assassination, a measured response? I mean, just there's going to be some sort of response, but could take all kinds of different forms. Thanks, by the way, to Ingoseal81 for subscribing on Twitch, and also Cirabeal for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Brother John Elving. The live streams come, I buy them from Reuters and AFP. Those are the places that the live streams are from. Why is this acting all strange? I have a couple updates for you. I want to show you this. For people who missed it, I thought it was interesting that the Hezbollah leader spoke today. I thought that was interesting. So let's talk about this for a second. Ooh, what's this? I'm going to show you a little video, I think. I think I'm going to show you this video. We're going to keep the camera up, but I have a video from Reuters I can show you. Maybe we'll try this. We'll take a little, do a little something, do something a little different. Let's try this. Oh, I know what I need to do. Hold on. Had an issue with the videos before. Hold on. I think I can do it this way. Wait, hang on a moment. There we go. There we go. I think this is going to maybe work. Okay, let's see if this works. There's a video about the leader of Hezbollah speaking today. Why don't we take a look at this? Let me just do this for you, if we can.
اليوم نود أن نتحدث.
I'm going to play you this Reuters video. All right, so what I'm going to do is what we're going to do, real quick, just to show what we're going to do. So, Hezbollah pledges to respond alone or with allies to Israeli killing. Hezbollah pledges to respond alone or with allies to Israeli killing of commanders. So we're going to look at. I'm going to read a little of that article in a second from Reuters, but there's also a video with the article that I'm going to play you too. Just make sure I can play this for you. Yes. So let's check this out. I'm just going to put it in like the corner because I don't want to block the screen up. So let's do it this way. Can I make it big enough for you to see? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay, so there's Nasrallah. For purposes of playing the video, I'm going to cover up the clock for a second. There's Nasrallah, the leader of. This is like going to be like it's like a minute and a half long. It's just a little summary. This is Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah. So let's listen to the video for a second and watch it about what he had to say today. Let's try this. Let's try this to see how this goes.
In a televised speech on Tuesday, the leader of Hezbollah promised a strong and effective response to the assassination of its military commander by an Israeli strike. Saeed Hassan Nasrallah said the Lebanese Shia militia group would wait for the right moment to respond, but did not hint on its form or timing. And he said all international attempts at persuading Hezbollah not to retaliate were futile. There was no comment from the Israeli military. A July 30th strike killed Fuad Shukr in a Beirut suburb. He is the most senior Hezbollah figure killed in nearly 10 months of conflict with Israel. Nasrallah's promise of vengeance comes amid rising fears that the Middle East could tip into full-blown war. Hezbollah is the most powerful regional militia armed and equipped by Iran. Iran has promised to retaliate after an explosion in Tehran killed Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of the Palestinian Hamas Islamist group. Iran blames Israel.
On Ismail Haniyeh, we are not commenting on that particular incident.
Israel has not claimed responsibility for Haniyeh's death. Hezbollah earlier on Tuesday said it launched a swarm of attack drones at northern Israel. A Reuters video filmed drones over the city of Nahariya. Israel said 2 civilians were injured. While Nasrallah spoke, plumes of smoke were spotted over the Israel-Lebanon border. The White House on Tuesday said U.S. President Joe Biden spoke with the leaders of Qatar and Egypt to discuss efforts to de-escalate tensions in the region.
Okay, so I thought that was interesting to see. You get to see him speaking a bit. And as I mentioned, it's from this article, Hezbollah pledges to respond alone or with allies to Israeli killing of commander. And I'll just mention a couple things from that article. Reuters says that the Hezbollah leader said today he pledged a strong and effective response to the killing of its military commander by Israel last week, no matter the consequences, and said Hezbollah would act either alone or with its regional allies like Iran. Is it going to do something separate? Is it going to do something at the same time as Iran, which supports it and funds it? We don't know. He said Hezbollah would wait for the right moment to respond, but did not hit at its form or its timing. He said all international attempts at persuading Hezbollah not to retaliate were futile. He said whatever the consequences, the resistance will not let these Israeli attacks pass by. Our response, God willing, will be strong, effective, and impactful. He said in a speech that was met with cheers from members and supporters of Hezbollah, who gathered to watch it in Beirut's southern suburbs. Skipping ahead a little here. Concern is rising that the Middle East could tip into full-blown war following Hezbollah's vows to avenge Shukr's killing and Iran's anger over the assassination in Tehran last week of the head of the Palestinian militant group Hamas. Iran has blamed Israel, while Israel has not confirmed or denied involvement. Describing the twin killings as clear Israeli achievements, Nasrallah said they should not be taken as a sign that the tide of the conflict was turning against Iran's axis of resistance. He said Hezbollah had tried to prevent fighting with Israel from spreading beyond the border area to the rest of Lebanon, but the Israelis are the ones that chose this escalation with Lebanon, he said. Nobody in Lebanon or abroad can ask us to deal with the aggression that happened last Tuesday as a normal aggression within the context of the battle that has been going on for 10 months, he said. Also, the leader of Hezbollah said today, the response to the twin killing of top Hezbollah and Hamas figures would be more powerful, but that delaying it was part of a strategy to exert psychological pressure on Israel. Iran will respond and Hezbollah will respond, and the enemy waits. Making the enemy wait is part of the punishment, he said. That is from Reuters. Evelyn says, mind games. Jeremy Dorsey says, so there we go. R.A. Clark says, pot stirring. Kron Don thinks Iran isn't going to do anything. Hey, thank you, Sean Savoy. I appreciate that. Thanks for your kind note and your support, Sean Savoy. Thank you also, Russell Bach. Russell, I think that article you referred to might be about something that happened earlier today, but I'll look at it. Thank you, Russell Bach. I really appreciate that. Also, Blue Steel Kenny, who says IDF waited for cloudy days to strike, same thing. I have no idea if weather is playing any role in this whatsoever. I can tell you that the weather in Tel Aviv seems pretty nice. I mean, it's sunny or partly sunny every single day for the next week. But I don't know. Thank you also to Rich Stancliffe. Rich says he has seen reports that Iran is waiting on delivery of S-400 anti-aircraft systems from Russia. I have not seen those reports. He says they want to be prepared for the Israeli retaliation. Could be that simple. So some of our viewers like Rich think that Iran basically has to do more preparations, perhaps defensive preparations, before carrying out this reaction. Could be true. Could be true. Thank you also, Def. That's very nice of you, Def. Thank you. Hang on a second here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry. Russell Bach. Yeah, the IDF posted, look, since last October, there's been a back and forth between Israel and Lebanon at the border. So earlier today, Lebanon sent some drones, I believe, across the border. Not Israel, Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is in Lebanon, not Israel and Lebanon. Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is in Lebanon. So yeah, the IDF said, 5 hours ago, the IDF said earlier today, Air Force fighter jets attacked a military building where terrorists of the Hezbollah terrorist organization were operating after they were identified by Golani patrol fighters in the Yaran area. In addition, terrorist infrastructure used by the organization was attacked. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like this typical back and forth that's been going on for months and months now. That post was from 5 hours ago, and it said earlier today. But the concern is that this could now blow up into a not kind of a border skirmishes with a lid on it to like an all-out war. Earl Sparks believes Iran received some air defense systems and equipment from Russia, could be scrambling to deploy them before any real strikes. Oh, Facebook, I got to restart the Facebook stream. Oops. Facebook automatically ends after 8 hours. So let me just restart the Facebook stream. Facebook stream is restarting now. In a second. There, it's just started. P51 thinks Iran is taking too long. P51F144. Viper Optics thinks that Iran is waiting for Russian weapons. I'm just checking for some updates here. Hang on. I need 2 seconds. Hold on. More like 5 seconds. Jeff Adkins thinks Iran is waiting for help. Oh, I'm going to talk about Yahya Sinwar in a second. We talked about that earlier, but I'll talk about it again. Thanks to Bare Naked Crypto for your support on Twitch, for subscribing. Up north. Hey, up north, that is incredibly generous of you. Oh my gosh, wow. So generous from up north. Gee whiz. Thank you so much for all your support up north from Canada. It's very nice of up north. In a second, I'm gonna show you something about Yahya Sinwar. We'll talk. I saw there was a new article about him. It's interesting. AFP and Times of Israel have a story out, which you can read on the Times of Israel site. But it's a story that says that Iran is denying any arrests have been made for the killing of Haniyeh in Tehran. The New York Times had reported a few days ago that, I want to say, dozens of people had been arrested in the investigation into how Haniyeh got killed in Tehran. But the story in Times of Israel, AFP Times of Israel story tonight says Iran has yet to make any arrests linked to the suspected Israeli killing of Haniyeh in Tehran, said the Iranian judiciary. What's true, I don't know. Hang on. Oops, sorry. What did we just lose? Why did I just lose sound? We got sound back. Let me show you this for people who missed it. There's a new article here. I haven't even got to read it yet. But for those who missed the story, look what I have here. Hamas names Yahya Sinwar, mastermind of the October 7th attacks, as its new leader in show of defiance. He was one of the leaders. He has been the leader in Gaza of Hamas. But Hamas now said he's taking over also for the guy who was killed in Iran, the political head of Hamas, Haniyeh. And he's in hiding. He's hiding from Israel now. It's believed he's hiding in Gaza somewhere. The AP says Hamas today named Yahya Sinwar its top official in Gaza who masterminded the October 7th attacks in Israel as its new leader in a dramatic sign of the power of the Palestinian militant group's hardline wing after his predecessor was killed in a presumed Israeli strike in Iran, or Israeli assassination in Iran, by a bomb perhaps, last week. The selection of Sinwar, a secretive figure close to Iran who worked for years to build up Hamas's military strength, was a defiant signal that the group is prepared to keep fighting after 10 months of destruction from Israel's campaign in Gaza and after the assassination of Sinwar's predecessor, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran. Appointing Sinwar to replace Haniyeh is also likely to provoke Israel, which has put him at the top of its kill list after the October 7th attack. AP says the announcement comes at a volatile moment. Fears are high of an escalation into a wider regional war, with Iran vowing revenge against Israel over Haniyeh's killing, and Lebanon's Hezbollah threatening to retaliate over Israel's killing of one of its top commanders in an airstrike in Beirut last week. Egyptian, Qatari, and American mediators are trying to salvage negotiations over a ceasefire and hostage release deal in Gaza shaken by Haniyeh's killing. In reaction to the appointment of Yahya Sinwar as the replacement for Haniyeh, as the, I guess you could call it, absolute head of Hamas, because he's now the head of Hamas in Gaza and the political head of Hamas, Israeli military spokesman Daniel Hagari said, "There is only one place for Yahya Sinwar, and it's beside Mohammed Deif and the rest of the October 7th terrorists. Mohammed Deif was killed several weeks ago by Israel. That is the only place we're preparing and intending for him. Israel's killings of multiple senior officials in Hamas over recent months left Sinwar as the most prominent figure in the group. His selection to take over as the lead political leader in Hamas signals that the leadership on the ground in Gaza, particularly the armed wing known as the Qassam Brigades, has taken over from the leadership in exile, which has traditionally maintained the position of the overall leadership to navigate relations with foreign allies and diplomacy. So you had your Hamas leadership in Gaza, including Sinwar and Mohammed Deif, but you also had the political leadership, which was not living in Gaza. So Ismail Haniyeh lived in Qatar and Turkey, and he would have like diplomatic meetings with people and stuff. So to take that position and say, okay, that position is now filled by Yahya Sinwar, when apparently he's still hiding in Gaza, is quite something. That's why they say, but you can see they say his selection signals the leadership on the ground in Gaza, particularly the armed wing known as the Qassam Brigades, has taken over from the leadership in exile, which has traditionally maintained the position of the overall leadership to navigate relations with foreign allies and diplomacy. Haniyeh, who was killed apparently by Israel in Tehran last week, Haniyeh, who had lived in self-imposed exile in Qatar since 2019, had played a direct role in negotiations over a ceasefire in Gaza through U.S., Qatari, and Egyptian negotiators, though he and other Hamas officials always ran proposals and positions by Yahya Sinwar. A Hamas spokesman told Al Jazeera that Sinwar would continue the ceasefire negotiations, even though he can't do that in person. The spokesperson for Hamas told Al Jazeera, the problem in negotiations is not the change in Hamas, blaming Israel and its ally, the United States, for the failure to seal a deal. But, he said, Sinwar's selection was a sign the group's will had not been broken. Hamas's allies, Iran and Hezbollah, issued statements praising Sinwar's appointment. Mediators have been struggling to push through a U.S.-backed outline for a deal, but talks have hit obstacles, particularly over its centerpiece terms, a release of all Hamas remaining hostages in return for an end to the war, and a full withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. Hamas has demanded guarantees from mediators that an initial ceasefire will continue until terms for that exchange are worked out. That sounded like maybe a little boom of some sort. I know we're hearing planes. That sounded like maybe a little boom. Booms. That's a boom right there. You just heard a boom. You just heard a boom. Right there. Just heard it. Hearing some booms. We are hearing booms. We are hearing booms right now. That was a bunch of them. We are hearing booms. We just heard a number of booms. I don't know what that was. It is almost 5 a.m. Sounded like maybe 6 or 7 of them. Yeah, there's no rocket alerts right now. That's true. There's no rocket alerts. Not seeing anything, but we definitely heard them. Someone said there was a flash in the left middle of the sky. If you can find a time, if you can tell me what the exact time was on the clock there, I could rewind it and look at it. Kathy thinks something is going on. Hear that? That sounds like some sort of firing. That sounded like some sort of firing right there. Several seconds of it. No question. No question. Now maybe there's just some sort of hostilities going on at the border. You know, that's been going on for months. Now we're hearing a plane. Scary. So I don't know if this is like one of their exchanges of fire on the border or what, but we've heard some the last few minutes. It's coming from the border feed. It's not. I'm almost positive it's coming from the border feed and not the Tel Aviv feed. No, that wouldn't have been a sonic boom. We heard a bunch of different ones. That wouldn't even make sense. Sonic boom would be one boom, not what we just heard. Somebody said they saw a flash at 4:52:30. I'm looking, I didn't see it. Oh yeah, I do see a little flash thing in the sky. It's interesting. I don't know what that was. It's like a light that flashes at 4:52:30. It's interesting. Jeff thought it was a plane. I don't know. It was fairly high up. At 4:52:30, something flashed like up here. Just briefly. No, this camera is right near the Lebanon-Hezbollah border. It's pointed towards, I believe it's pointed towards Lebanon. But there were definitely a couple different times there where we heard what sounded like some sort of firing. Hey, thanks to Red Squirrel 82 and Martin Gingrich. Thank you so much. Remember yesterday around this time we heard a bunch of gunfire, like more rapid gunfire. Hang on a moment here. Oh, there's a new Iran update, too, from the Institute for the Study of War. To check that out. Yeah, Brian Reed mentioned to me, thanks, Brian, that, I think it was Brian Reed, that, sorry. The Institute for the Study of War posted in their Russia update today, understandingwar.org. They said Russian officials continue coordination and military cooperation with Iran ahead of the Iranian retaliatory strike against Israel out of concern for Russian interests in the region. Again, Russian officials can continue coordination and military cooperation with Iran ahead of the Iranian retaliatory strike against Israel out of concern for Russian interests in the region, they say. They say Russia is reportedly assisting Iranian efforts to improve its air defenses against Israeli attacks. The New York Times reported yesterday that Russia began delivering unspecified advanced radars and air defense systems to Iran. The Times noted that Iranian media has previously reported that Iran sought to acquire Russian air defense systems to improve their air defense network and defense against an Israeli strike. The Institute for the Study of War and Critical Threats continues to assess that Russia is increasing its cooperation with Iran, especially leaning into its growing military partnership, to shape Western decision-making into decisions favorable to Russia, particularly into pushing the West to self-deter against providing further military assistance to Ukraine. Russia's reported decision to provide Iran with radar and air defense systems, which could significantly benefit Russian forces on the ground if instead deployed to Ukraine, also underscores Russia's ongoing reliance on Iran for other critical weapons, including high-precision weapons and weapons components. So what they're saying is the fact that Russia would be willing to give Iran some air defense stuff, when that is stuff that Russia could use in Ukraine, shows how valued it is what Iran is giving Russia. Like high precision weapons and weapons components. I'll post a link to this update from Institute for the Study of War. I really like the site. I appreciate them letting me read from their reports. But again, it's called Institute for the Study of War. I don't know what city this is exactly. We're starting to see a little light come up over the hill in the back there, see? Or over the mountains or hills or whatever it is. It is almost 5:04 a.m. But this is in, this live shot is from the Israel-Lebanon border, the eastern part of the northern border of Israel. We also have a Tel Aviv shot, but I've been sticking to this one here. That's another shot from the border. That wasn't Tel Aviv. I'll show you the Tel Aviv one. That's the Tel Aviv shot right there. But, which is a nice shot to have. That's from Reuters too. But I'm going to go back to the other one. There's there's a Tel Aviv from AFP on the top and Reuters on the bottom. Thank you, Mark Boutel, for your support. And Justin Hawkins. And Remy Storm. You know, another nice thing in these Institute for the Study of War reports, they come out daily with reports, including about Iran, you know, about conflicts that are going on. Is so in the one from today, they sum up some of the different other media reports that have been coming out about this. I'll post a link to this article in the chat right now. So for example, the ISW says unspecified U.S. officials told Axios yesterday that the U.S. intelligence community expects Iran and its axis of resistance to conduct 2 waves of attacks in retaliation against Israel for the death of Haniyeh in Tehran on July 31st. U.S. intelligence officials reportedly briefed a potential scenario to President Biden and Vice President Harris in which Hezbollah would conduct an attack on Israel in a wave separate from another Iranian and Axis attack. One unspecified U.S. official cited by Axios said intelligence reports suggested Iranian and Hezbollah planning as a work in progress. This is interesting. So, commenting on that report of a possible 2-stage attack, the Institute for the Study of War says, Iran and its axis of resistance would likely use the first wave of the attack on Israel to assess Israeli air defenses in preparation for the second wave of the attack. The April 2024 attack consisted of only one large volley of drones and missiles fired from Iran. They say, we noted that Iran and its allies could use multiple attacks targeting Israel to learn and adjust their attacks as they observe how successful they are. Iran and the Axis could adjust the volume or type of projectiles fired at Israel, targets, and launch locations. So that's a possibility to keep in mind, that you could have multiple attacks over time. It is getting more light, as you can see. Something else that was posted today from this article in the Institute for the Study of War that I'm reading to you. They are at understandingwar.org. Unspecified U.S. officials cited by the Wall Street Journal yesterday reported that Iran has begun moving missile launchers and conducting military drills, possibly in preparation for the attack. These drills may be intended to move forces and missile batteries into position for Iran's retaliatory strike on Israel. And the Institute for the Study of War says military drills are meant to practice and evaluate prescribed tasks and prepare forces for combat. Military drills may also be used as cover for moving forces and munitions into position for a real military operation. Iran has issued 8 missile gun or rocket firing notices to airmen since July 31st. 2 of the NOTAMs cover areas near civilian flight paths in western Iran that Iran would presumably need to clear prior to conducting a retaliatory attack on Israel. These NOTAMs only specify risks up to 12,000 feet in altitude, well below the cruising altitude of civilian airliners. These civilian airlines appear to already be avoiding the areas identified by Iranian authorities, however. U.S. intelligence officials reported it is unclear when Iran and its axis of resistance will conduct retaliatory strikes against Israel, according to 3 unspecified officials speaking to Axios. One second here. There's a lot more in that report from Institute for the Study of War. It's a lot of information, a lot of reporting, a lot of analysis there recently about this Iran conflict. So you can check that out at understandingwar.org. And again, I appreciate them letting me read parts of their reports on the air. You can also find them, you can find Institute for the Study of War also on X. They are called The Study of War. The sun is coming out. No, I'm not going to leave the live stream on when I leave. I only do that when there's like kind of active news going on. Just because the channel is not a raw footage channel. So if there's something big that happens, I will come back on the air and cover it. And if things are active, then I might leave it on. But I'm not going to do it at this moment. By the way, what was I going to say? Yeah, see, you noticed somebody had asked before and said, is Lebanon dark? So what I was saying is this part of the border, it's like a hilly area or mountains or something. So Lebanon is not blacked out, but when you look at night, you're not seeing any light on because it's just that mountain area back there. Or hill area, whatever it is. Hang on a moment. I was trying to get you like a map. Maybe I can show you like a topographical map of Lebanon here. Yeah, so look. I'll put this up here. Oopsie. Sorry, really quick, I'll just show you this. That's Lebanon right there. Oops. Really quick. And that's the border right there with Israel. That's the border right there. Can we do terrain? Will terrain help us? Yeah, there's the terrain map. So pretty elevated terrain in Lebanon. And then Beirut is over here. I've never been there. Some of you have probably been there. Wikipedia says Lebanon's mountainous terrain. Lebanon has mountainous terrain, it says. It says it is a mountainous country with complex physical geography. A major feature of Lebanese topography is the alternation of lowland and highland that runs generally parallel with a north-south orientation. Oh, thank you so much to Holly K. I really appreciate your comment about the channel and your support. Holly K, thank you. Also, Brolos, thanks for the gift memberships to Brolos5. Thanks, Brolos5. Thanks for gifting memberships. Thanks to Matthew Paget, who says, hard to keep track anymore. Retaliation for the retaliation, or is this the retaliation for the previous retaliation? The sun is coming up, guys. James says another night of waiting. No response this night so far. It is 5:16. Share Peace says psychological warfare. Look, something could happen during the day too. We just don't know. If stuff happens, I'll come on and cover it. I can show you some of the other shots as well. Hey, here's a different one. Look at the other border one here. Oh, no, that's not that one. That's Tel Aviv. Let me show you the other border one. There's the, ooh, wow, that's loud. That is loud. That is loud. That is another border shot. That's another shot of the Lebanese border with Israel. Thank you, Andrew Schlegel, who says, what is the country of Lebanon's part in all of this? Hezbollah is a major player in Lebanese politics. I can't really speak for what the Lebanon country policy is. They have a shared government among Sunni Muslims and Shia Muslims, and I think Maronite Christians, if I have this right. But I mean, this is mainly a Israel versus Hezbollah thing. Kevin Badger thinks Iran will not attack. They are cowards. Hey, thanks, by the way, Rob Van Roy, for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you, Rob. Thank you. Yes, Baby Dougie says Hezbollah is very much involved in the running of Lebanon. They are a prominent political party and military force. They have seats in the government. They also supply a lot of stuff for the public. So the Congressional Research Service, U.S. Congressional Research Service says Hezbollah has participated in Lebanese politics, has participated in Lebanese elections since 1992 and draws popular support from its vast network of schools, clinics, youth programs, and other social services. As of May, they had 13 out of 128 parliamentary seats. CRS also says Hezbollah operates a global criminal financial network. The CRS says Hezbollah is an Iran-backed Lebanese Shia militia and a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization. Hezbollah is an Iranian partner force helping Tehran project power across the region. Iran-allied militias. They project Iranian power across the region, train allied militias, including reportedly Hamas, and threaten U.S. interests and allies across the region. Formed in the wake of the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon, the group has conducted numerous attacks against Israeli and Western targets. Some countries and the European Union separate Hezbollah's military and political wings, designating the military wing for sanctions while maintaining dialogue with the political wing. U.S. officials have described this division as a false distinction. Reports estimate Hezbollah has 40,000 to 50,000 fighters. They are estimated to have over 150,000 rockets, missiles, and drones. Also, U.S. government believes Hezbollah controls parts of Lebanon and operates inside the country with relative impunity. Yes, Mort says another night passed with no strikes. Oh, Kristen Gates, so nice of you. Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate you watching and all of your support for the channel. Kristen Gates, thank you, Kristen. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with the Lebanese government, but put it this way, they're not. Hezbollah is certainly not told to do what by the Lebanese government, from what I just read you there, as you can see. Now, Sunflower says Hezbollah in Lebanon is like Hamas in Gaza. Well, Hamas is really, I mean, at least before October, was the ruling party in Gaza. They ran Gaza. And Lebanon is not completely run by Hezbollah. DC Bueno says the government has little power. CRS also says, Congressional Research Service, Lebanon's diverse population of 5.5 million people includes Christian, Sunni Muslim, and Shia Muslim communities of roughly comparable size. Political posts are divided among the country's various religious groups or confessions to reflect each group's share of the population. And Hezbollah operates in Lebanon as a militia force, a political party, and a social services provider. Thank you, Walter Beasley. Walter says they are daring Israel to touch him. Interesting. Thank you, Walter. I don't know where this is all going to go. We'll have to see how does Iran and Hezbollah and Iran's other proxy forces respond. How do they respond? I also have, let's look at, hey guys, real quick. I'm going to do this real quick. Let me show you this shot of Tel Aviv here. Look at the shot of Tel Aviv right here. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Ooh, that is Tel Aviv via AFP. Again, that is not the Israel-Lebanon border. That is Tel Aviv. I'm just not switching the headline yet. Baby Dougie says Tel Aviv is always beautiful. What happened to this now? Why did we lose this audio here? We should have some other audio. That's not from there. I'm going to put this back here. And that is the Israel-Lebanon border. I also have a shot of Haifa, which I'll show you, which we've seen before, but I'll show you the shot of Haifa. Another night, no response yet from Israel, from Iran or Hezbollah. No response yet. I'm going to show you the Haifa shot now. So this is Haifa, Israel, about 20 miles south of the border with Lebanon. That is Haifa, Israel, right there. That is not the Lebanon-Israel border. That is Haifa, Israel you're looking at right there. Haifa, Israel. About 20 miles south of the border. Hang on a second here. Wikipedia says the common Israeli saying, Haifa works, Jerusalem plays, and Tel Aviv, Haifa works, Jerusalem prays, and Tel Aviv plays, attest to Haifa's reputation as a city of workers and industry, says Wikipedia. Thank you to Chris Canada, Quebec City. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. By the way, I want to remind people, I never know when we're coming on the air. I mean, for this, I know we've been coming on every day, but I don't know when big breaking news is going to happen. So I would suggest you sign up for our free notifications because, there could be some news at any time. So to not miss a stream, sign up for our free notifications so you get notified whenever we go live. You get sent a notification. It's free. The moderators can post the link to it. We do it through Discord, but it's easy to sign up, and then that way you'll know when I'm going live. So the mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat, and you can also find that link on the Facebook and YouTube description to this broadcast. And if you do go to that link, you can also check out the Discord chat, which is a free chat where you can chat when we're not on the air with our other viewers. A lot of our viewers like chatting in the Discord. Same link. It's also free. Maybe we'll go back to the Tel Aviv shot. We're gonna pull up the Tel Aviv shot again. Give it a second. I'm gonna have to refresh this now. When it switches, give me a second, I'll refresh it. Hopefully. Let's see. Hang on. That's not what we want. There, that's Tel Aviv right there, where we were looking at before. But the sound is from the other thing. There, that's Tel Aviv. Oh, sorry, the sound's a little messed up on this right now. I'll actually fix the sound. Give me 1 second, I'll fix the sound. I know it sounds messed up. Hang on a second. I'll pull it back up for you and get the sound working. There. Are we back yet? Yeah, it's working now. By the way, a huge thanks to our moderators who've been here all night. Incredible. The moderators are always here. They're amazing. They let us have the chat rooms. I can't thank them enough. Thank your moderators. They deserve it. Ruth Krafasi there right now. All of our YouTube mods. We've had a bunch of them tonight. Really appreciate it. Ruth is there right now. All of our other ones too. Huge thanks. AJ, thanks so much, AJ. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over on Twitch. Good luck, Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, Siroli Dev, and all of our other Twitch mods. Thank you so much. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor on Facebook. Charlotte Webb. Thank you so much, mods. Sounds like somebody's at the camera there. By the way, when I'm not on the air, I post news updates on my X account, which is @Lookner on X, @LOOKNER. You can follow me there for news when we're not on the air, @Lookner. I'll post a link to my X account in the chat too. And you can also follow Agenda Free TV over there, @Agenda Free TV. I post scheduling updates. I post when we're going live, and if there's programming notes or programming updates, I post them over there, @Agenda Free TV on X. By the way, big thanks to our Discord mods. And if anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be awesome. You can ask the mods for more information about that. They're the ones to talk to, the mods. Oh my gosh. So, when will the response happen? I can't tell you guys. I just don't know. I don't have a Gaza area live cam right now. I don't have it. By the way, shout out to our Twitch subscribers. Thank you to all of our subscribers over there, like Ann Corvin 82 and Wall Street and Shaggy and Jax Haku and Jackson 22. Graybeard Games. Jax Animals, Aaron Weirdo, Ingo C81, Sarah, Gina Pina, Annie Kush. Look at all the subscribers on Twitch. So nice of you guys. Kevin from Space as well. Lloyd Christmas. Thanks, Lloyd, for gifting a subscription, if I didn't thank you before. Allistic, thanks for subscribing. Now, Max, and all of our other subscribers on Twitch, huge thanks to you. And our Facebook subscribers like Diane Allworth and Jane Summers and Lou Green and Eve Richards and Billy Joe Drage and Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley and Robert Rial II and Jared Sparks and all of our other subscribers on Facebook. Thank you. Marie Minicello. Thank you, Marie, for subscribing. And Kristen McConnell Gates. Thanks for subscribing on Facebook. And how about our YouTube members? Oh, you know what? Sorry. I was a little behind here for Facebook because we restarted Facebook. I got to thank some more people here. Oh, I think I got it. Thanks to our YouTube members, too. Big shout out to our YouTube members. People like Rob Van Roy, Michigan Outdoorsman, Robert Hubertus, Frank J, Joe Hart, Megatron T, Devin Denny, Denny G, Kathy111, thanks for being a YouTube member, Raina Hood, Princess Teapot, Allie B from Tennessee, Citizen 3, A.D. Danny G, Hassel DeHoff, Loot Maggot, Jason Razor Motion, Robert Last, Mr. Kitty, Buffalo Women, Old Man Gaming, Alex Price, Zinc Man, CAC 813, Cajun Shrimp, Eddie V, I Love Reading, Brandy Castagnos, Red Squirrel, Varia, Relax Mellow, Gavin Shaw, Berry, all of these members, thank you. Evie Shore, H. Parsons, Alex Price, Trainer Go, Zonti Misfit, Roberto Oliveira, Blue Ridger, Ann Williams, and all of our other YouTube members, thank you. Susie Irish, Lena Lou Who, Henrock City. By the way, thanks to all of you for tuning in and also for sending in news tips to me and letting me read your comments on the air and posting in the chat. Really appreciate you guys being here. Don't know what's going to happen from day to day, but here to bring you the latest. Sounds like an alarm clock we're hearing. Hold on a second here. Real News Network, our viewer, thinks that Iran is waiting to attack because Russia is giving them updated air defenses. That's what Real News Network thinks. I think it might be our time. I think we might have reached the time. So look, guys, we'll be back with more coverage. If I get off the air and something big happens, I'll just come right back on the air. How's that? And otherwise, we will cover as it's getting dark there tomorrow. But if something happens sooner, I'll come sooner and give you updates. Robert Kennedy says another day of waiting for them. Thanks, Mayhem 614. So I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't know when, but I think something's going to happen. Thank you, Amnesia and Jamie Anderson and Sabin Nation. All right, guys, so I'm going to wrap this up right now. I don't see anything on any of the, I'm looking at all the streams. I don't see anything on the streams, just so you know. Not seeing activity, but if there's big news, I'll come back on and we'll cover it. Thanks, Evelyn Volmer. And Well Pleb. And again, huge thanks to our moderators. Really, really appreciate all of our moderators for being here. Thank you so much. All right, guys, so I'm going to wrap up our live stream for right now. More live streams coming. And we'll keep you informed, and we'll see what happens with this situation as Israel continues to wait for an Iran and Hezbollah attack in retaliation for the assassinations of last week. All right, guys, that is it for now. I'm going to wrap this up right now. Oh, really quick, if you do watch on YouTube, I do want to mention, if you do watch on YouTube, I would recommend turning on the YouTube notifications too. But in order to do that, you got to do this kind of funky thing on YouTube. You got to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. So if you watch on YouTube, click that bell after you subscribe and choose all notifications. And I do have a personal channel where I do some non-news video streaming when it's not so busy with the news. Lookner on YouTube, and Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. Lookner on YouTube, Look Nerd on Twitch. All right, that is it, guys. I am wrapping this up. I am not seeing big news at the moment. If it happens right when I get off the air, I will come back on the air. Thank you, Chef Boyardee, for your kind words. Oh, and thanks so much, again, to everybody who donated. That's super nice of you guys. It is really nice of you, and you are the ones who keep the channel exists and buy footage and stuff like that. So thank you guys so much, again, for your support of the channel. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge, huge thanks. All right, guys, I'll keep my eye out. If there's big news, I'll come on earlier. Otherwise, we'll come on again tomorrow with another stream to let you know the latest. All right, guys, that is it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.